Please all stand. Constable is now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, I recall Diane de Heatherberry, who I understand is present in court.
Mr. Heatherberry, would you just come up to the witness box, please? We'll listen to the court officer, thanks.
Yes. Please pass her on and listen. Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Have a seat, thank you. You've got some water there. Do you need a cup? We'll just get you a cup. Here you go. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Heatherberry, I just wanted to go back to some of the evidence that you gave yesterday in relation to your understanding of your husband's adoptive parents or step-parents. You mentioned Maria Coppenol, and you understood that she may have been an auntie of your husband, and you also mentioned Andre Wouters. Can I just again ask you, have you heard of the name Abel Wouters?
Abel. I can't really say I have. I mean, I couldn't say for sure.
Or Florent Wouters?
No.
Or Albert Wouters?
No.
And it was your understanding, as I recall your evidence, is that they were not your husband's biological parents?
Yes.
Do you know when they passed on?
Quite a long while ago.
Doing the best you can. When did Maria Coppenol, to your understanding,
Maybe over 20 years ago.
about?
Over 20 years ago. More.
Were you living overseas when she died, to your recollection, or not?
No, I was back in Australia.
Are you able to say what year it may have been?
I can't tell you.
Was it in the 90s or in the 80s or the 70s?
I don't know. Maybe it was 80s. I couldn't tell you.
And in relation to Andre Wouters, your husband's adoptive father, when did he die, to your understanding?
He died before the mother, or before Maria.
And when either Andre or Maria died, do you know whether they left any inheritance to your husband?
No, no, she did leave something to my children, but that disappeared because we weren't over there at all. And, she'd left them some shares, but that was all, but we never received them.
And in relation to your husband, it's your understanding that when Maria died, nothing was left to Rick, but that some bequests, I should say, were provided to your two children?
No, nothing.
Nothing. Now, when you met your husband on the boat, he was known as Willie Wouters at that time.
Yeah.
But do I understand correctly that you called him Rick, notwithstanding he was known as Willie Wouters?
Yeah, I just called him Rick.
And do you know why it was that when you came to meet him, although he was known as Willie Wouters, you came to call him Rick?
Oh, well, I just nicknamed him Rick.
Oh, but why? Why Rick? Why not Will or Bill or Billy?
Rick.
Pardon?
Just like Rick.
Right. Did he introduce himself to you as Frederick or Rick?
No, it was Willie.
Right. And do I understand your evidence just now that it was you who commenced calling him Rick?
Yeah.
And was there any significance as to why you chose that word as a nickname for a man who was known as Willie?
Not really, I suppose. I just called him Rick because I thought I just liked it better than Willie.
And he was okay with you calling him Rick, which appears to have no relevance or bearing to the name Willie Wooters.
Yeah, he was all right with it.
Now, are you sure you met him in 1970?
Yeah, I met him on the ship.
And what month in 1970 do you believe you first met?
January.
January 1970. And that was a ship that sailed from the United Kingdom
Yeah.
to Sydney or
Yeah.
to Sydney? And was he travelling with anyone on that voyage?
No, he's on his own.
On his own. In 1970, January 1970, did you come to learn whether or not Rick, as you were calling him, had previously been married?
I didn't know then, no.
Did you subsequently learn that he may have been married previously?
I found out later.
When did you find out? Doing the best you can.
Well, probably during that period between 70 and 74.
And what did you learn in relation to Rick having previously been married?
I just knew he'd been married once, that was all.
Right. And do you remember the name of the woman that he had been married to?
No.
Do you know now?
No, I don't know. I only got married to before.
And as you give your evidence today, is it your position that you only know that he may have been married once previously?
Well, that's what I understood at the time, yeah.
Have you learnt anything differently more recently?
Well, I've heard he was apparently married 3 times before, but I didn't know that.
And when did you hear that he may have been married 3 times before?
Just recently.
And how did you come to learn that information?
Well, that I heard it, you know,
From who?
just on the conversations with people.
Well, can you name them, please?
Oh, just my daughter heard it.
And did she tell you how she came to know this information?
I suppose she's been listening to things. Maybe she's been listening to the news on the podcast. I haven't heard it. But he told me himself that he had previously been married 3 times after.
And when did he, that is your husband, tell you that he'd been married 3 times previously?
Oh, the last month or 2.
Ms de Heverberry, have you taken the time to read your husband's record of interview that he subjected himself to on the 14th of September 2021 with New South Wales Police?
I read one statement he had.
Right. Was it a short statement or a long statement?
Probably the first one.
Have you read a statement which has questions and answers?
No.
Your husband, in his electronic record of interview, which he subjected himself to on the 14th of September last year, acknowledged that he'd been married 3 times before he was married to you.
Yeah.
Does the name Janine Leroy mean anything to you?
Sorry?
Does the name Janine Leroy,
No.
is that one of the names that you've heard that he may have been married
I
to?
haven't really heard what their names were. I haven't.
Right. Nicole Renault, Ilona Kinzel. Do you know whether there are any children as a result of those 3 marriages?
No.
You don't know if there's any other children?
No.
Now, there's some evidence to suggest that your husband, then known as Willie Wooters, travelled to Perth in 1969 with a woman by the name of Ilona Kinzel. Do you know anything about that?
I didn't know, man.
And that was the 24th of May 1969.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't know.
And it's your clear evidence today that he and you travelled by ship in January of 1970.
Yeah.
Could not be later.
1970.
And do you know what he was doing just prior to taking the voyage on January 1970 by way of work?
He was doing photography. Photographer.
Now, in relation to some evidence you gave yesterday, you indicated that your husband had previously, to your understanding, worked as a gendarme in Belgium, and that he may have had an accident that caused some injuries to his legs.
Yeah.
Could that have been in 1960?
I don't know exactly what year it was.
Do you know when he may have completed his employment as a gendarme in Belgium?
Well, I think after the accident, he was, discharged because he was in hospital for 2 years. So
2 years.
yeah,
And following his discharge, do you know what he did by way of employment?
no, I didn't know him then. So,
No. I'm just asking you from
Yeah.
conversations you've had over the many years that you've been together.
no, he was just doing photography work when I met him.
Have you and he ever travelled to Switzerland?
I haven't gone with him to Switzerland. No.
Do you know whether he, in the late 1960s, may have spent some time in Switzerland?
Yeah.
And what do you know about
I
that?
don't know. But he said that's where he met Marion.
So you've learnt that more
He
recently.
told me that.
And what did he tell you about how he came to meet Marion Barter in the late 1960s?
So, she came up to speak to him in the hotel foyer, that's all.
And did he tell you, as part of that conversation you had with him about his first meeting Marion Barter, as to what he was doing in Switzerland?
No, I never really asked.
You have no idea why he happened to be in Switzerland in the late 1960s?
No.
In a hotel?
I don't know.
And what did he tell you about that fleeting relationship with Marion Barter in Switzerland in the 1960s?
He just said that she came up and asked him, basically to get together. So they were just strangers, but she came up and asked him to be with her, and he had a couple of nights with her, as far as I know, that's all.
And did he tell you why it was she was in Switzerland at that time?
I think she was married to somebody over there. She had a husband there.
And what else did your husband tell you about that first encounter with Marion Barter in the late 1960s in Switzerland?
No, just basically that they had an affair, and that was all.
Did he inform you whether or not they exchanged contact details to
No,
reacquaint themselves later on?
no,
Do you know whether he sought Marion Barter out when he came to Australia?
no.
You don't know? Did you
No,
ask him?
not that I know of, no.
He didn't disclose anything of that nature to you?
No,
Did he say to you that he was in Switzerland because he was undergoing treatment?
No, I don't know why he was there.
Don't know why he was there. Did the family have any businesses in Switzerland, to your understanding, in the 1960s?
I don't think so.
No furniture?
I don't really know.
You don't know. Now, if I may just very briefly return to your time in Luxembourg, were you working yourself during your stay in Luxembourg for that few years?
I had the two children who were young and I was just at home.
And your understanding was that your husband, Rick, was managing a furniture business as part of the Belgian family.
Yeah.
Your husband, in his record of interview with police last year, was asked this question by police investigators. You have a long history of fraud. You won't disagree. To which your husband replied, I agree with that. Now, you've been married to your husband for 46 years. You've known him for in the order of 50 years. What do you know, if anything, about your husband's long history of fraud?
I don't really know much about it because, I really, it might sound stupid, but I don't really know that he had that much fraud in his life,
Well,
There was one situation, obviously, in Belgium I knew about.
What was that?
He was up for fraud in Belgium.
What period of time was that?
Sorry?
What period of time?
I just have to think. It'd probably been the 70s.
And are you aware of any other instances where your husband may have been committing acts of dishonesty?
Well, no.
No?
No.
Unaware of any other instances of fraud other than the one you've identified in Belgium in the 1970s?
Well, he had problems in France too, but that was before he came back to Australia.
From the time that you were married in February of 1976, have you come to learn of any suspicious behaviour by your husband that could be construed as fraudulent in nature?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Could the witness please be shown volume 9? Part 1. Could you turn please to tab 286C, page 2404? 2404, if that helps. Whilst that's being turned up, Mrs. de Heverberry, you've mentioned some issues relating to fraudulent conduct concerning your husband in Belgium or France in the 1970s. What did you ultimately learn about those matters?
I believe he was charged with fraud in France.
And do you know any more detail as to the nature of the fraud that led to charges?
I thought they were bounce checks, or that's all. But I don't know.
And did those charges lead to a successful prosecution?
Yeah, I suppose you'd say so.
And did you come to learn whether or not your husband was imprisoned
Yes,
for those offences?
yes, he was.
And when did you first become aware that your husband was imprisoned for dishonesty offences?
We're in France.
Yes. When did you first learn that he had been imprisoned for dishonesty offences such as fraud?
Well, that was back in the 70s.
That's when you learnt about it?
Yeah.
Not more recently?
No, well, that was a long time ago.
Yes, but I'm asking you, Mr. Haverbury, when you first became aware that your husband had been imprisoned
He was
for fraud?
Yeah, well, he got, that was in the 70s, probably 1970, 71.
When you believe you first became aware of it?
Yeah.
There's a document before you which, do you see, if I just ask you to take your eyes to about point 8 of the page, do you see a date entry 9 December 1971?
9th of December?
9th of December 1971, do you see that?
Yeah.
Entry?
Yeah.
Relates to Rouen
Yeah.
in France. Frauds, attempted frauds, breach of trust, use of false documents and false impersonation. And then for the 16th of November 1972, the jurisdiction is Lille in France. And then concealment, frauds, false impersonation. And then 23 January 1973, again relating to the jurisdiction of Lille in France, fraud. How many years, to your knowledge, did your husband spend in jail for fraud and other offences?
Only 3 years.
And how did you become aware of these matters?
Because we corresponded. He was going to come back to Australia and he didn't come back, and then he wrote me a letter and told me what happened. He was in prison.
And you were in Sydney and he was in prison in France?
Yeah.
And was the prison located in Lille or Rouen?
I don't know exactly. I never went there. I couldn't tell you.
And following his discharge from prison, do you know when that was? Was that in 1974 sometime?
Yeah, must have been.
Could it have been May 1974?
I couldn't tell you the date.
And how long after your husband's discharge from prison did he then come to Australia? Months, years?
Oh no, he came pretty quickly, I think, after he was discharged. He came out.
Now, have you known your husband by different names?
Have I?
Yes.
Only Willie Wooters, and he's Frederick de Heatherbury.
All right, so you've known your husband as Willie Wooters, Frederick de Heatherbury and Rick Bloom. Apart from those three, or slight variations of those three, have you known him to go by any other names?
Rick West.
Rick West.
Yeah.
Any others?
No, that's all.
What about Richard Lloyd Westbury or Rick Lloyd Westbury?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that one.
Now, in relation to the four names that you've just nominated, or slight variations of those names, what's your understanding as to why he, at different times, went by different names?
I really don't know. I don't know.
You didn't ask him?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said it was, legal to change your name by deed poll, so he did.
But why?
I don't know why.
Well, it takes a bit of doing, doesn't it, to change one's name?
No, I haven't done it.
You've got to at least submit a document.
I haven't done it myself, so I don't really know why.
You didn't press him at any stage in the 50-odd years that you've known him as to why, from time to time, he would change his name?
I just couldn't, I didn't understand why, and he had no reason for it.
What was his explanation to you as to why one day he's known as Rick West and the next he's known as
I don't know, he just
Rick de Haverberry?
his name. I didn't understand why. I didn't get any explanation.
Did you not press him at some point during your relationship as to why he was constantly changing his names?
I asked him, but he just said it was all above board and it was legal. I don't know why, no.
Did you not say to him that it could be confusing for our friends or for the children, you constantly changing your names?
Oh yeah, I did say it looked weird, that he did it, but he kept saying it was just a legal thing that he did.
And provided no justification or explanation to you as to why he was doing this, not on a one-off basis, but on more than one occasion?
No.
And you accepted that, did you?
In the end,
Without dispute or inquiry?
that's in the end.
Did it concern you that he was, at different times during your relationship, changing his name?
Yeah, it concerned me.
And if you were concerned, why didn't you pin him down and say to him, what's the reason for all this?
Because I always got the same answer
And what was that same answer, Mrs. de Haverberry?
he said there was nothing wrong with it.
Did you not say,
Nothing like that.
why do it at all? Did you not say to him, why do it at all?
In the end, I just thought he had a thing about changing names.
You just accepted it, did you?
Well, in the end, I did, yeah.
And were you requested by your husband to change your name?
No,
Did your children know that your husband, their father, was changing his names from time to time?
no,
They didn't know.
no.
Why weren't the children informed?
Well, I never told them.
Why not?
So we kept our name and he changed his, and I didn't discuss it.
You weren't concerned about an embarrassing situation occurring when you're all together and someone comes up to the family and says, "G'day, Rick West," and the kid's saying, "Why are people calling Dad Rick West? We're de Haverberry?"
That probably didn't actually happen, luckily enough, but
Did you hold concerns at any time when you were aware that your husband was changing his name that he may be doing it for other reasons that were not legal?
no,
No concerns whatsoever?
I just trusted him.
Held no suspicions as to the basis for his name changing?
No, I just couldn't work out why he did it, but I didn't think he was doing it for anything illegal.
Have you learnt more recently, since police interviewed your husband last year, that your husband may have gone by a number of names over a significant period of time?
Oh, I haven't heard. I mean, haven't heard all whatever names he's meant to have.
But have you come to learn that he may have used other names than the 4 names that you were aware of?
Only by, what's come out during this process with the police, yeah.
And have you raised with him more recently why he was going by different names other than the ones that you were aware of?
No, because I didn't know he had the other names previously.
That's not quite my question, Mrs. de Haverberry. You've accepted, as I understand your evidence, that more recently you've come to learn that he may have used other names than the ones that you knew he had changed, correct?
Yeah.
Did you raise with him why it was that he was going by a range of names that you were unaware of more recently?
Yeah, well, I asked him, he said that most of those, he hadn't been named by. He said that a lot of them there, which he wasn't, apparently. I mean, that's what he told me.
And the ones that he accepted, he had used, did you ask him why he was using other names that you were unaware of?
Well, he said that a lot of those names he wasn't, that he hadn't used those names.
You've said a lot of those names. Do I take it there were others that he accepted he had used from time to time that you were unaware of?
I don't know which names you're referring to.
More recently, have you asked him why it is he has been using different names at different times whilst you've been married to him?
Well, I haven't asked him, no.
Have you asked him whether he was doing it for reasons that may not be legal?
Well, I didn't think he was doing anything illegal anyway, so no.
Your suspicions weren't raised more recently,
No.
having learnt that police were alleging against your husband that he had used a number of aliases that you were unaware of?
Yeah, but he said a lot of them that hadn't been him anyway. I mean, he hadn't been all those people.
What are some of the names that you recall now that he accepts he used unbeknownst to you?
Well, only unbeknown to me.
But you've learnt more recently that they're names that he has gone by, but you didn't know until more recently.
Westbury, but I don't know all the others.
Has your husband, to your knowledge, ever used the name Fernand Remakel?
No.
Anthony or Tony Gretsch? Attila Dupont?
No.
Bernard Dupont?
No.
Charles Guyon?
No.
Christopher Dupont?
No.
Christopher Stein?
No.
David Freddy?
No. I've never heard of all those.
What about Francis David de Hedeverry?
Francis?
David de Hedeverry?
No.
Frank Mellon?
No.
Freddie David?
No.
Frederick David de Hedeverry?
Yeah.
Frederick de Hedeverry, spelt with a U, not an A-U, A-R-U, not an E-R-Y. A slight spelling difference, but pronounced Frederick de Hedeverry or de Hedevaru.
No, just Hedeberry.
Frederick D. Haverdary.
No.
Guy DeVio.
No.
Philippe Dent.
No.
Remy Lajoie.
No.
Rick Bloom.
Yes.
Richard.
No.
Never heard your husband go by the name Richard?
No.
Not seen any documentations with the name Richard on it lying around the house?
No.
Richard Lloyd West?
Yeah.
Richard Lloyd Westbury?
He told me, yeah.
And have you seen any documents that have the name Richard Lloyd Westbury on them
No.
in the family home?
No.
Richard?
No.
Rick West?
Yeah.
Roger Lazzoni or Lazzoni?
No.
Willie Coppenol?
Well, that refers to his family.
Are you aware that your husband may have used that name?
Well, not that I know of, no.
What about Willie David Coppenol?
Not that I know he's ever used it.
You've mentioned Willie Wooters.
Yeah.
And what about Wooters Willie?
No. It is Willie.
The list that I've just read to you, Mr. Haverberry, is a list provided by New South Wales Police, where Detective Bonanza states there are currently 30 aliases known by New South Wales police investigators to have been linked to Rick Bloom across multiple jurisdictions, nationally and internationally. And do you maintain today that the only names that your husband has gone by are Willie Wooters, Frederick David de Heverberry, Rick West, and perhaps Richard Lloyd Westbury?
Yeah.
Apart from those four, no other names?
No.
Does that list come as a surprise to you today?
It's ridiculous.
Pardon?
Yeah, I've never heard all those names.
And you can't offer any explanation to Her Honour as to why it is, over a course of time, he may have used different names at different times?
No.
Was it, to your understanding, in any way related to his business interests?
No.
Was it, to your understanding, related to obtaining a financial benefit?
No.
You just simply can't proffer any explanation to Her Honour as to why your husband, to your knowledge, at least changed his name 3 times?
No.
When did you become aware that your husband was to be known as Rick Bloom?
Oh. I don't know exactly when he changed it. Maybe a few years ago. I can't remember exactly.
And did you ask him why Bloom?
Yeah. I just said to him, I don't know why, you're changing it to that name, that's all.
But did you ask him why have you
Any
chosen the surname Bloom?
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't have any reason that he could give me for that.
He didn't offer you an explanation as to how he would decide
No,
a new name?
no.
What about the name West?
Yeah.
Did you ask him why it was he chose the name Rick West?
Oh, that was a while ago, so I don't think he ever had a reason for me why he changed it.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Heverberry, that you blindly accepted what he told you as to why it was he was changing his name?
He just changed it, and I asked him why. He said because he wanted to change the name, and he had no particular reason for it.
Then why do it?
Well, I didn't do it. He did it.
No, I'm asking you, did you not ask him why then do it, Rick?
Well, I did, but he said there was no particular reason.
It didn't strike you as a bit odd?
Well, yeah, but I just thought it was something he had in his own head about doing, and I didn't know why.
In terms of the chronology or the sequence of your knowledge of your husband's change of names, is it in this general order, Willie Wooters to Frederick David de Heverberry, or just Frederick de Heverberry?
I think it was Frederick, just Frederick.
Without the David?
David,
And was then the next change of name, to your recollection, from Frederick de Heverberry to Rick West or Richard West?
Probably Rick West.
And then after Rick West, what was the next change of name, to your recollection?
Probably Westbury. That's all.
And you say probably,
Like, I think the West was before Westbury.
right? And after Westbury, what did the name come to?
Rick Blum.
And you can offer no explanation for any of those name changes, other than perhaps the one that you provided yesterday in relation to de Heverberry.
Yeah, that's right.
Does the name, and I may mispronounce this, Gaeton Le Bourascott mean anything to you?
No.
No? You've not changed your name, I take it, Mr. Heverberry, other than from when you were single until you became a married woman.
That's right.
Now, could the witness please be shown volume 9, part 2. Page 2739. I think I don't have it. You see a document at 2739, your Sister Heatherberry? I want you to assume this is a document that's been prepared by New South Wales Police, and what it records is the different passports your husband has held at different times. All right? Mm-hmm. And you'll see that there's been issued, if you go to the next page, page 2740 of volume 9, part 2, you see in the top, each column is numbered. Now, assume from me, please, that New South Wales Police have identified 10 passports that have been issued to your husband, and in essence, those 10 passports identify 8 different names. The reason for that is that there's slight variations of Frederick David de Heatherberry or Frederick David de Heatherberry in terms of the spelling. Yeah. Now, you also see within each column a row that relates to travel movements.
Which?
You see a row that relates to travel movements. If you just take your time to... if you go back to 2739, do you see a row that has the heading travel movements?
Yeah.
Now, if we go to column 2, which deals with Frederick David de Heatherberry, you see there a number of movements in and out of Australia. I'd ask you to assume that those DEP means departure, ARR means arrival, and they are in reference to departing Australia or arriving back into Australia.
Yeah, right.
Now, as we know, you and your husband were married on the 20th of February 1976. Do you have any memory today as to why it was your husband was travelling in and out of Australia in 1976, 1977, 78 and 1980?
Only to go back over and visit his family.
Were there any business interests that he had?
No.
Overseas?
No, he didn't.
And again, throughout, you see column 3, there's a period of time where your husband's out of the country for perhaps in the order of 5 to 6 years. Do I take it that was that period of time between perhaps 1980, 81 to 1986, you were living in Europe, in Luxembourg, Belgium and briefly in France?
Yeah, yes, we're over there around that time.
And we move forward to the next page, page 2740. You see column number 6, a passport issued in the name of Richard Westbury.
Okay.
And you see, between 1992 and 1998, there were a number of movements over that period of time into and out of Australia by your husband on the passport issued Richard Westbury.
Yeah.
Now, did you travel with your husband on any of those occasions through the early to late 90s?
No, I didn't go back overseas after I came back because of the children. I stayed here. And they were young and they were at school. I stayed with them. I never went back over there.
And do I understand your evidence correctly from yesterday that you returned to Australia in 1986?
Yeah, about that.
And thereafter, you yourself didn't take any overseas trips until when?
Oh, I didn't go overseas at all for with him at all after that.
Have you been overseas with your husband at all since 1986?
No.
You haven't? No. You've never travelled with him since 1986?
No, once we came back and had the children, I didn't go back overseas. He went on his own. I stayed here.
And throughout the 1990s, what was your general recollection as to why it was your husband was travelling abroad?
Well, mainly just to go back over to the family, as I said.
What was his... were there, to your knowledge, any business or financial interests that he had in Europe throughout the 1990s that would require his attendance?
No.
You understood it simply as going to visit family?
Yeah.
And was family primarily located in Belgium?
Yes.
Apart from Belgium, were there any other family in Europe that he would visit from time to time when he would take overseas trips?
No, he just had some cousins, but he mainly went over into, he had, cousins in France, that's all. But
He would visit family in Belgium,
Belgium,
France. What about Switzerland?
Not that I know of.
What about the Netherlands?
No.
What about Luxembourg?
Well, no, not family. I mean, he had the business there that long in the 80s, but he really didn't have the family living there that I know of.
Throughout the 90s, were there any friends that he would visit in Luxembourg, given that you and he had lived there for a few years in the 80s?
I don't really know who he visited. He might have had friends, but I don't know what when he was overseas, I wasn't there. I don't know who he saw every time he went away.
Now, and in relation to the 10 passports, you see they've been issued in the name of Richard Westbury, Richard, Frederick de Heberberry, Willie David Coppenole, Rick Bloom, Richard Lloyd West. Did you ever see these lying around the family home?
Oh no, I mean he usually keeps his things in a file. I don't really...
And do you have access to the file?
Oh, if I wanted to.
Or is it locked? Is it a locked file?
If I had wanted to, I could.
Just returning to Luxembourg, and it's really just to ensure that the transcript from yesterday is accurately recorded. Was the town that you lived in Luxembourg Wilts?
No, Itzisch.
Sorry?
Itzisch?
Right. Do you know the town Wilts in Luxembourg?
Which town?
Wilts, W-I-L-T-Z.
No.
Now, when you were living in Luxembourg whilst your husband Rick managed the family furniture business,
Yeah.
Did he do any other work, to your knowledge, in Luxembourg?
No.
Ju-
He was involved with the family business, that's all.
Didn't do any work for any foreign embassy, to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Did you own a boat in that period of time that you're in Luxembourg?
Boat.
Yes.
Never.
No? And did you ever meet a man by the name of Fernand Remakel whilst you lived in Luxembourg?
I didn't.
You didn't? Have you, until more recently, heard of a man by the name of Fernand Remakel?
No. No, I haven't heard of it until recently.
During that period of time in the early to mid-80s, did you come to know a lady by the name of Monique Cornelius?
No.
Is that a name you've heard more recently?
Yes.
And what have you heard in relation to that lady?
That her husband lived in Luxembourg. They were friends of his when he was working in the business, that's all.
Have you been informed by anyone more recently that your husband Rick may have had an extramarital affair with Monique Cornelius whilst you and he lived in Luxembourg?
No.
Is that news to you now?
Yes.
Your husband has not said anything to you about an extramarital affair with Monique Cornelius,
No.
who was separated from a man known as Fernand Remakel?
No.
Did your husband, so I'm clear with your evidence, did your husband tell you more recently that he knew Fernand Remakel and Monique Cornelius whilst he was managing the furniture business in Luxembourg?
Well, he said they were friends, yeah.
When he said they were friends, was he referring to both Fernand Remakel and Monique Cornelius?
As far as I know.
And what did he
They
say?
came to the business and, saw him when he was working there and they became friends, that's all.
And did he go on to explain to you the nature of their friendship?
He just said they were good friends.
And you yourself never met these people whilst you were in Luxembourg?
No.
Did your husband inform you that he would socialise with them?
Oh, not really, because it wasn't... I mean, when we were in Luxembourg, he was, at work or home with me, and he said that they used to come into the shop, that was all.
For what purpose? To catch up with Rick or to buy a lounge?
Well, I'm not sure whether they came in looking for furniture and that's how they became friends. I really don't know, because I wasn't in the shop. I was at home, but he said they were just good friends who came in the shop, to look for furniture, I suppose, to start with. And just recently.
Just one moment. Mr. Castleton, I just want to check that we've still got the link.
Yes, Your Honour, I hadn't appreciated it.
It's only just happened.
Ms Burke, can you hear Her Honour or myself?
I can hear you, yes.
Mr Sadak, can you hear Her Honour and myself and the witness?
Yes, Mr. Counsel.
We just lost connection, so I'll just, in case you missed something, I'll just go back. Mrs de Haverberry, you said a moment ago in your evidence that your husband informed you of the friendship with Fernand Remakel and Monique Cornelius recently. Can you be more specific? Was it this year or last year or some other time?
It's a police investigation.
And did your husband inform you whether he maintained contact with one or both of either Fernand Remakel or Monique Cornelius after you left Luxembourg in 1986?
Well, I didn't think he might have seen them when he went back overseas, because, as I said, I don't know who he saw when he went back over there.
Do you have any recollection today as to whether your husband would telephone one or both of those individuals, being Fernand Remakel or Monique Cornelius, after 1986 from Australia? Don't know. Do you know whether he corresponded with them by mail after you left Luxembourg in 1986?
I don't know.
What did he tell you about Fernand Remakel?
Nothing much.
Did he, in your conversation more recently with him after he was contacted by police, say to you what Fernand Remakel did by way of work?
No, I haven't any idea.
Or sport?
No, I don't know.
And are you able to elaborate in terms of what your husband may have said in relation to Monique Cornelius?
No, I just said she'd drop in sometimes and say hello, and they became friends, that's all.
And did Fernand Remakel ever visit your home in Luxembourg?
No.
You don't recall meeting this individual, and you certainly don't recall meeting Monique Cornelius.
No.
And until today, do I understand your evidence clearly that you were unaware that your husband may have had an extramarital affair with Monique Cornelius?
Yeah.
Have you come to learn that your husband placed an ad in 1994 under the name FM Remakel?
I didn't know.
Did you learn recently that he placed an ad? Yeah, no, I withdraw that. It's MF Remakel.
Yeah, no.
And you don't recall recently, since police contacted your husband, of him admitting placing an advertisement seeking companionship in December of 1994 under the name MF Remakel?
No.
Had no conversation with your husband about that?
No.
Are you aware at any time, whilst you've been together with your husband, of him placing advertisements seeking companionship with other women?
No, I didn't know anything about it.
Again, is that news to you today?
Oh, I only heard that he answered that ad that Marion, he said, put in the paper back, I don't know when it was. He answered that ad. But that's about the only one I've heard of.
Apart from that, where your husband has admitted to you that he answered an ad placed by Marion Barter, do I understand clearly that at no time during your relationship with your husband are you aware of him ever placing an advertisement seeking companionship from another woman?
No, I'm not.
Apart from the advertisement to which you just referred that your husband admitted answering in relation to Marion Barter, are you aware of any other advertisements that your husband has answered whereby women are seeking companionship with a man?
No.
The only one you're aware of is the one that relates to Marion Barter.
Yes.
And what did your husband tell you about that advertisement?
There was just an ad in the paper looking for companionship. I don't know, I never read the actual ad, but he answered it, and
All right.
it was Marion.
Pausing there, do you know which publication the advertisement was issued in?
No.
Do you know what year the advertisement was advertised?
No.
Do you know what the contents of the advertisement said? Do you know how your husband was able to contact Marion Barter?
I don't know anything about it.
I'll return to... Pardon?
I didn't know it was happening, so...
I just want to bring you forward, if I may, in time to 1994. Okay, so do your best to try and orientate yourself.
That was a long while ago, from my memory.
Now, we've seen already the travel movements of your husband in and out of Australia throughout the 1990s. You've given evidence, Mrs. de Havenberry, that you never accompanied your husband on any of those trips.
Yeah, that's correct.
After 1986. Can I ask you this question? In the mid-1990s, how would you describe your financial circumstances?
Oh, we're on a pension.
On a pension?
Yeah, my husband was on an invalid pension.
Right. And did you work throughout the 1990s?
No.
And you've indicated your husband was on an invalid pension.
Yeah.
And what disability did that pension relate to?
PTS syndrome.
PTS, post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Yeah.
And what was your understanding as to why he had been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome?
I think it related back to what had happened to him years before.
And apart from the invalid pension that your husband was on throughout the 1990s, was there any other form of income that you or your husband derived for the benefit of the family?
No. No.
Can I ask you this then? Throughout the 1990s, in circumstances where you weren't working and your husband is on an invalid pension, how was your husband able to afford all those overseas trips?
Well, he got some assistance from that. My daughter was on staff travel, so it was cheaper to travel.
Did you just say your daughter?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the 1990s.
Yeah.
Your daughter's a schoolgirl.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. Sorry.
1990s.
1990s. Yeah.
Kids are at school. Just to help you
Yeah.
place your time better.
Yeah.
How was your husband able to afford, to your understanding, all those overseas trips throughout the 1990s when you weren't working and he was on an invalid pension?
Yeah. Well, he managed it. I don't know how. I can't remember what we paid in the way of airfares. When he got over there, I think he had accommodation with the family over there. He didn't have to stay anywhere in hotels and places like that.
Are you aware of any assistance by any other individuals?
Maybe
Pardon?
maybe by his family. That would have been the only one.
But you don't have a recollection of family helping him with his
Well,
airfares?
they would have given him some assistance, I'm sure, to go over there and see him.
Now, do you remember when your husband first started to receive the invalid pension?
Yeah, back in the, what was it? The 80s.
In the 80s?
80s, yeah.
You bought a house, didn't you, in the two of you in 1987 at Wollongong?
That was my inheritance from my mother and father.
And you didn't purchase that, I take it?
Sorry?
You didn't purchase that property? I thought you'd purchased that property, I must say.
Yeah, well, my mother left me an inheritance, which we got a house with.
Oh, I see. Through the inheritance, you used the money from the inheritance to purchase a property in 1987 at Wollongong.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing this up because you mentioned the 80s is when your husband went on the pension. I'm just trying to help you in terms of a timeline. When you purchased the property in 87 in Wollongong, was he on the pension then or not?
Yes.
He was.
Yeah.
Now, between about 80 or 81 and 86, you were living in Europe.
Yeah.
And when you've returned, is that when your husband has commenced on the invalid pension, when you've returned to Australia?
Yeah, well, I can't remember exactly the time. It was in the 80s, so.
Right. Now, throughout the 80s and 90s, whilst your husband is on an invalid pension and not working, did he have any interests or hobbies to occupy himself with?
Coins.
Coins.
Yeah, he always had an interest in the coin, just that was his pastime.
And what was your understanding of your husband's interest in coins? Was it collecting coins? Was it going to museums to look at coins? What was it?
He went to coin fairs, local coin fairs. He bought some if he could, just whichever ones he could afford, and sometimes he just went along just to look.
And would he keep the coins that he purchased, or would he on-sell them at some point in time?
Most of the time he kept them. Sometimes he might sell one, but that was just they were just like his own collection, a small collection. He's just interested in all the history of them.
And did your husband's interest, to your observations and understanding, increase throughout the 80s and 90s?
With what?
Did his interest or passion in coins increase, to your knowledge?
He'd always liked coins, as far as I know.
Do you have any memory in the 1990s of your husband selling coins and making a reasonable return on the sale of coins?
No, he sold some coins sometimes for other people. Other people would ask him to put them in sometimes, maybe, and sell them at places, but he had just a small collection of his own.
And would he, when he was selling coins for other people, receive a commission or a fee?
I think he must receive some small amount.
Did you yourself ever assist your husband in relation to the collecting of coins or the selling of coins?
No, that was his department.
Apart from the coins you've mentioned, any other interests or hobbies that your husband had throughout the 1990s?
No, not really.
Any other work that your husband did?
No. No.
Didn't help out anywhere for the odd job here and there?
I think so. He was mainly at home.
And how often would your husband go off to a coin, I think you used the word fair, coin fair?
Yeah, well, they had some around Lismore. He'd go to, I don't know, I think it was like once a month, something like that.
Do you have any memory of your husband deciding to turn his interest in coins into a business?
No.
No?
No.
Do you have any understanding of your husband incorporating a company by the name of Bellingham Coin Investments Proprietary Limited?
Yeah, that was brought to my attention because he didn't actually have any. We had the company, but I forgot about it because it was so long ago, but it never actually operated.
Just pausing there, do you have a memory now that there was a company that was registered?
Only because I was reminded
of
of
the question, please, Mrs. de Heverberry. Needs to be recorded.
Yeah.
Right. Very important you don't cut me off, and I'll do my very best not to cut you off.
Okay, sorry.
Someone has to type this all up.
All right.
Do I understand now that you have a memory of a company being registered by the name of Bellingham Coin Investments Proprietary Limited?
Only because I was reminded about it. I had totally forgotten about it.
And who reminded you about it?
My husband.
And how did that
Oh, because
come up in conversation?
because I was asked if we'd had a business, and I had said no, because we hadn't had any business. And then it was, obviously that was the name apparently of the company. It was so long ago I've forgotten.
Do you understand now that you're a director of that company?
Yeah, well, I'd forgotten that too. But I mean, it was so long ago I forgot about it, and that's why I said no. But obviously I was the director on it, but we never used it. It was basically just a name on a paper. We never actually used it as business.
Did your husband, to your memory or understanding, rent some space in Tamar Street for the business to operate from?
No, we didn't have a business. We didn't actually we never operated a business.
Do you understand whether your husband obtained a phone number, registered or subscribed to the Ballina Coin Investment Proprietary Limited Company?
Oh, I don't know. No. There wasn't any phone number, no.
You're unaware of a separate phone number to your own?
Unaware.
And no recollection of your husband perhaps renting some space in Tamar Street here in Ballina?
No.
No recollection of the company obtaining its own phone number?
No.
What was the... Withdraw that. To your understanding, what was the purpose of having that company registered with you and your husband as directors?
It was so long ago, I forget why we even formed it, because we never even used it.
Well, you accept now that there was a company that would have cost you some money to incorporate?
It was a waste of money, yeah. We dissolved it. We never used it, we dissolved it.
I understand your evidence, Mrs. De Havery, but what was the point of the incorporation of that company? What was the vision? What was the aim? What was the dream as to why that company came about?
I don't really know why.
You don't know why?
We actually had it, no.
Was there a dream or a hope that your husband's interest in coins could lead to a business of selling coins?
Well, maybe he had that idea, but I don't know anything about that. You know what I mean? As far as I know, we formed a company, which I'd completely forgotten about so long ago, but as I said, it never operated. We didn't actually have it as a business.
And in your earlier evidence, you have stated that on occasions your husband would sell coins for other people at auctions. Did he operate from home a ad hoc, informal business of dealing in coins?
No, he just had his own desk, and it wasn't like a business, no.
Did you have a fax machine?
No.
Did you have a computer?
No, I had a computer for a while, years ago, but he didn't use it.
In the 1990s, did your husband use a computer?
No.
And there was no fax machine at the home?
No.
Quite sure of that?
Yeah.
Now, in relation to your time in Luxembourg, did you have a bank account in Luxembourg?
I don't know, I suppose so. I mean, he would have had one probably to do with business, I don't know.
To your knowledge, was there a personal bank account in your husband's name or held jointly with you whilst you lived in Luxembourg for those few years in the 80s?
You know, I can't give you any details on that.
Do you know now whether or not your husband has any bank accounts in Luxembourg?
No.
What about in Belgium?
No.
Don't know about any overseas bank accounts?
No.
Your Honour, is that a convenient time? I'm about to move on to a new topic.
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment and we'll resume at 12 o'clock.
Please all stand. This guy's got that machine.
Mrs. de Heverberry, apart from the land that you and your husband purchased in 1987 at Wundenbong, have you owned any other land yourself?
We had 20 acres when we first got together, Tambourine.
20 acres
Yeah, that was,
near Tambourine in Queensland?
yes.
And was that, what year was that?
Can't remember, but it would have been about, I can't remember the exact date, but it was probably in the 70s.
All right. And that 20 acres, what was the nearest township?
Tambourine.
And apart from that 20 acres and the property at Wundenbong, did you yourself own any other land?
Not land, not land, but
Property?
yeah, a home that I bought when my mother and father gave me inheritance.
And that's the place in Wundenbong?
No, that was in Woodenbong. We bought a house in, where was it, in Gunalabar.
In Gunalabar.
We built a place.
Oh, you built a place?
Yeah.
In Gunalabar?
Yeah.
And when did you build that place in Gunalabar?
Probably in the 90s.
Doing the best you can, early, mid or late 1990s.
Probably early 90s.
And
Memory.
was that that property that you built a home at Gunalabar, was the land registered in your name or in someone else's name?
No, my name.
And was it jointly held with your husband?
I can't remember.
And and you were going by the name Diane de Heverberry at that time?
Yeah.
Now, apart from those three properties, did you yourself own any other property?
In Tasmania.
You owned land
We
in...
sold Gunalabar and we bought a house in Tasmania.
And was that at Major's Point?
Which?
Was that at Major's Point or Midway Point?
Midway Point.
Midway Point in Tasmania.
Yeah.
And was that a house or was it on acreage as well?
No, it wasn't acreage, it was just a house, garden.
And
No, it wasn't acreage.
and was that bought in your name or jointly with your husband or with someone else?
I can't remember whether we had it together, probably.
And when did you sell Gunalabar and move to Midway Point in Tasmania?
Can't remember exactly. Probably, I can't tell you exactly, but it would have been late 90s or...
Was it after the children had left high school or before?
No, they were younger then.
They were younger.
So I'm not sure of the date. But
We'll see if we can turn up some dates on that shortly. Apart from any other properties that you've owned other than those ones you've just mentioned now?
no,
And did you come to sell Midway Point, the property in Tasmania?
yeah, we sold it.
And did you purchase another property?
No, we moved back up to Ballina, but we rented.
And did you move to 16 Howard Crescent
Yes,
after you left Tasmania?
yes.
And that's in Ballina, correct? And were you living in 16 Howard Crescent here in Ballina throughout 1996? And to help you with that, did your son do the HSC in 1996?
I can't remember. I'd have to think about it.
I want you to think about it. Did he attend high school in Ballina?
Yeah,
And you were living in Ballina?
yeah.
And did your daughter go to the same school as your son, and that school, as you said, was in Ballina.
Yeah.
And did they remain in that school for the completion of their...
I did their high school there, yeah.
And your daughter completed her studies at that high school?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you've moved from Midway Point back to Ballina and rented a property at 16 Howard Crescent, just giving you those two events to help you with your memory, how would you describe your financial circumstances at that point in time?
We were on the pension, but we were renting the house, that was all, and just had the income from that, and
Income from where?
well, the income from the pension,
Yes.
and I mean, I had sold the home in Tasmania, which I used some money of that obviously for living on.
Right. Now, in 1996, you just returned to Ballina. The children are in high school. To your knowledge, what, if any, business interests or financial interests did your husband have?
He didn't have any business interests.
What about the trading of coins? Was he trading coins in 1996?
He wasn't trading coins. He had his own coins at home. That was all. He wasn't trading.
And at this point in time, 1996, was he, to your knowledge, selling coins for other people?
Well, he said he sold some sometimes for other people.
And was he, to your recollection, also selling coins from his own collection?
Not really. He mainly hung on to what he had. And he sold one maybe now and again, that was all.
Did you come to meet any other people in that period around 1996 or thereabouts in the local area that had an interest in coins like your husband?
No. He had a friend in the business in town, but he was friends with. He had a coin business in Ballina.
Did you meet this person?
Yeah, I forget his name.
Was it Barry Cooper?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And he was friendly with your husband?
Yeah.
And do I understand correctly they had a shared interest in collecting coins?
Well, yeah, he used to go and chat with him, talk to him.
And were there any other people that you can recall that lived in the local area that had an interest in coins in that period, mid-1990s to perhaps the end of the 1990s?
Not really.
Has your husband mentioned a person by the name of Michael Oldenburg?
No.
Mike Oldenburg?
No.
Was in that period of 1996, again, you've just come back from Tasmania to Ballina, was money scarce throughout 1996?
Coming back from Tasmania?
I'm just helping you with your own timeline, but do you have any recollection now that when you moved from Tasmania back to Ballina to the rental property at 16 Howard Crescent, whether money was a bit tight or scarce?
Well, I had some money left from the selling of the house, that's why. I had a bit of, we were going to buy another property, but we ended up using some obviously for living on.
Was any of that money invested to obtain a return or not?
No.
You just used that money from the sale of the property in Tasmania to live on?
Yeah, well, we're paying rent with it and thing. But, I mean, I always intended to reinvest it into a home, but I didn't get there.
And to your knowledge, in that period, 1996, when you've rented the property at 16 Howard Crescent in Ballina, was your husband doing any work?
No.
Or earning any other income?
No.
Just the invalid pension?
Yeah.
Now, In terms of bank accounts, in 1996, did you have your own bank account or was it a joint bank account with your husband?
We also had a joint bank account.
Always had a joint bank account. And to your knowledge, did your husband have his own personal bank account separate from your own?
No.
And again, 1996, I want you to focus on your son, and it was his leaving year, as I understand it, year 12. Did you move from 16 Howard Crescent towards the end of 1996 and move to Wellington?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Wellington, yeah.
And Wellington's between Alstonville and Lismore, is it not?
Yeah.
Not too far from Gunnellabar.
Yeah.
Why did you leave Ballina and move to Wellington?
I can't remember why, we did. I don't know.
I want you to think about this, please, Mrs. de Heberberry. You've said that the kids completed their schooling at Ballina, correct?
Yeah. Well, maybe...
It's a bit of a... Let me finish, please. It's a bit of a drive, is it not, from Wellington to Ballina?
Yeah.
I'm
trying to get my head around. I can't, give you dates right at the moment.
Take your time.
Yeah. Well,
You've got 1996. You've moved from Tasmania back to Ballina to 16.
I can't remember what date it was we moved back from Tasmania.
If it helps, you're living at 16 Howard Crescent throughout 1996. Your son's in year 12, completing the high school certificate. Your daughter's in year 10. Does that assist? And then you move from Ballina to Wellington, where you remain for nearly 12 months.
Yeah, well, obviously we just decided change. I mean, we were renting.
Did something happen either at the end of 1996, towards the end of 1996, that meant that you needed to leave Ballina?
No, nothing.
You've said that the kids remained at high school in Ballina thereafter, your daughter particularly.
Yeah, well, they stayed at Ballina, yeah.
Why did you move so far away from Ballina whilst your daughter had to complete her high school studies?
Well, I don't know, we just obviously decided to, I can't remember, we moved a lot in our life,
Well, I'm just focusing on this period, end of 1996. You then spend nearly a year in Wellington. Do I take it you were driving your daughter to school in Ballina?
Yeah.
Each day?
Yeah.
And who made the decision to move from Ballina to Wellington?
Both would have.
Yes, well, I want to know why. I mean, there are a number of places that closer... Let me finish, please. There are a number of places closer to Ballina that you could have moved to that would mean less of a burden by way of transportation to and from the home to school. Why did you move to Ballina, to Wellington? Was there a specific reason?
No specific reason.
And you say it was both your decision to move to Wellington?
Yeah.
Now, in 1997, do you accept that throughout most of 1997, you and the family lived in Wellington?
Yeah, I can't remember the year, but you're telling me that I obviously was.
Well, do you have a different recollection of how long you may have spent in the property in Wellington?
I can't remember exactly how long we were there, but we probably maybe a year. I can't remember.
And did you, towards the end of 1997, move back to Ballina?
Yeah.
To the terrace?
Yeah.
Now, having got that sequence, can you provide any explanation as to why you spent nearly 12 months in Wellington and did not stay in Ballina?
No, I can't give you any particular reason, no.
Was it a burden on you having to drive to and from Wellington to Ballina each school day?
Well, I took them to school every day and I picked them up every afternoon.
Right. Now, in 1997, did your son turn 18 in April of 1997?
18.
Yes.
Well, he was born in 79.
Your answer is yes.
Eh?
You agree he turned 18 in April of 1997?
Yes.
Do you recall that when he turned 18, that he had left high school?
Yeah.
It was his first year out of high school, 1997. You remember that?
Yeah.
Did he go away to study or did he remain with the family throughout 1997?
He remained with us. He went to uni, but he stayed with us.
Did he go to a university nearby?
Yeah, Lismore.
Now, do you also recall that in 1997 your daughter commenced year 11? Yes, you'll need to say yes or no, so it's recorded. And did she complete her studies in year 12?
Yes.
Were you in 1997 46 years of age?
47.
Right. And at that stage you'd been married for about 21 years, correct? In 1997, whilst you were driving your daughter to school, did you have one car or more than one car?
One car.
And was that a car owned by you?
Yes, it's on my name.
Now, in 1997, what is your recollection of the name that your husband went by in 1997?
97. Getaway, sure.
Right. To your knowledge, was he using the name Westbury, Rick Westbury?
I can't give you the dates of that. I don't know.
Throughout 1997, to your recollection, was he going by the name Remakel? Quite sure of that? In 1997, so this is the period of time when you're living in Wellington, that period between 16 Howard Crescent and the Terrace, Ballina. Son's left high school, turned 18. You're driving your daughter each school day from Wellington to Ballina for school. Was your husband doing any work in that year?
No.
Did he have any business or financial interest, to your knowledge, in that year?
No.
Was he continuing his interest in coins?
He always had some interest in the coins. That was what he liked.
Did your husband, in that year that I've just described, 1997, have a mobile telephone?
97.
Yes.
Imagine so.
Well, I don't want you to imagine. I want you to contemplate, as best one can, in that period of 1997, whether you have a clear memory as to whether or not your husband had a mobile telephone.
I couldn't tell you for sure because I can't remember.
Was there a telephone at the house at Wellington?
I mean, I can't remember back then whether they had the landlines in the homes then or not. I can't remember.
Would you presume that you would have had a telephone at the house in Wellington?
I imagine so, yeah.
Would you have had the one phone or more than one phone?
Never more than one if we had one.
You've answered this question before, but are you quite sure that your husband did not have a fax machine?
No,
Or a computer?
not to my knowledge.
Now, in that first part of 1997, and if it helps you to place yourself back in time, there were some other significant events in 1997. There's the Threadboat Landslide. Do you remember the Threadboat Landslide?
Vaguely.
Right. Well, that occurred about the 31st of July 1997.
Wouldn't know the date.
Right. I'm just trying to help you. And do you remember when Princess Diana died?
I remember when she died, but I remember, yeah, what she got on the TV, but
That was the end of August 1997. That was the end of August 1997?
yeah.
Now, do you have a memory in the first part of 1997, so that period of time between New Year's Day until your son turned 18, of your husband taking trips away from the family home at Wellington?
What, trips away? When we were at Wellington?
Would go away for some reason for a night and then return the following day?
Can't remember exactly.
Do you have any memory of your husband in that period of time, New Year's Day 1997, until your son has turned 18 in April, of making trips to the Gold Coast?
Once again, I can't remember what he did back then. I can't remember. If he took a trip somewhere, I can't remember every time he went away.
Was it usual for your husband prior to 1997 to take frequent trips away from the home?
Yeah, he'd take trips away on the day.
And what was the purpose of some of these trips, to your recollection?
Usually just go and see coin fairs. Mainly to do with just coins.
And do you have any memory in that first part of 1997 of your husband going to Queensland to visit coin fairs?
Not really, no.
How would you describe your financial circumstances in the first part of 1997? Was money tight?
Yeah, we weren't wealthy.
In the first part of 1997, was your husband deriving any income or money other than via the pension?
Not that I know.
Do you know whether in 1997 your husband was making any money through the selling of coins?
I'll tell you.
And do you withdraw that? Can you say today how often he would be away on those occasions he was going off to a coin fair? Was it one day or a day and a night, or sometimes much longer?
Usually he'd go for a day, sometimes it'd be two, depending.
In June of 1997, so a couple of months after your sons turned 18, your husband travelled overseas. Do you remember that? In 1997?
Yeah, I can't remember the dates where he went away.
But orientating yourself back as best one can into 1997, given those events I've identified, do you remember him taking a trip overseas in 1997?
I can't remember the exact, time, but he could have gone.
Well, I want you to assume that he did go.
I can't give you I can't remember back that far as to when he went, but he quite possibly went over for a trip.
Do you
It wasn't
have...
unusual for him to
Sorry
go.
to cut you off.
No, I say it wasn't unusual for him to go overseas sometimes, so he could have gone.
I want you to assume that your husband was overseas between the 17th of June 1997 and the 31st of July 1997.
I'll tell you that for sure.
Now, his return coincides with the Threadboat Landslide. Does that help you in terms of why it was he may have been overseas?
Really? Sorry, I don't
Do you
know.
have a memory of why it was he went overseas in 1997?
Possibly just to catch up with people over there, the family, his brothers.
You did not travel with him in 1997?
No,
Did the children travel with him in 1997?
no.
Do you know where he may have travelled to in 1997?
Belgium.
Why are you so certain that he travelled to Belgium?
Well, I'd say Belgium because that's where the family were based. So if he went over, he usually went to Belgium.
Did
He might
he...
fly to Amsterdam, then on to Belgium, but he normally ended up in Belgium.
Why would he, to your understanding, go via Amsterdam?
Well, he might have just flown into Amsterdam. The family often used to pick him up, from the airport there. And years gone by, that's what happened when I went with him when I was younger.
Did he, to your recollection, have a preferred airline?
No.
Did he like to travel with Japan Airlines in that period, 1997?
I can't remember the airline he went on. I can't remember actually when he actually went, but, he didn't have any preferred airline as far as I know.
Do you remember him flying to Europe via Japan?
I think he went there once on the way to Europe.
And do you know how long he stayed in Japan on that occasion?
I think it was just an overnight stay. Or I don't know, it was a few hours or what. It was just I think it was just a stop over there and then went on to Europe.
And when was this flight?
I can tell you.
Was it that period, 1997, or not?
I can't tell you. I can't give you any details because I can't remember.
Do you know whether he liked to fly with Japan Airlines because he could have a layover at the airport hotel free of charge before on flying to Europe?
Oh, he hardly ever went that way. Mainly went direct with Qantas.
If need be, I can take you back to your husband's travel movements, but take it from me, there's a period of time where he appears to prefer to fly with Japan Airlines. Would you like to see the travel movements?
Well, I don't really...
Could the witness please be shown Volume 9, Part 2? I may have misled the court officer, if you want to just bear with me on. Try Volume 10, Part 1. Thank you.
We have a page number.
I'm hoping it's 3018. Do you have that page before you? Please turn to page 3020. Last you assumed that these movement records relating to your husband, then known as Willie David Coppenole, and if you go to page 3020, you'll see throughout reference to vessel JL. I want you to assume that it's Japan Airlines. And then if you turn forward to page 3019, again commencing at the foot of the page because we're in the reverse date order, you see a number of flights with Japan Airlines throughout the 90s. And then the relevant flight that I've been asking you questions about is halfway down the page. You see DEP, DEP, meaning departure date, 17 June 1997, vessel JL 762, and then immediately above that entry you see ARR, meaning arrival date 31 July 1997 on JL 761. Now, having seen those, do you have any recollection of your husband having an interest or a preference in Japan Airlines or not?
Well, I can see he's taken the airline, but I thought most of the time he'd flown Qantas.
And do you have any memory of your husband telling you that he liked staying at the airport hotel provided by the airline en route to Europe?
Well, from my memory, he had only stopped over there on transit to Europe the time he went there. I didn't think he had a preference to stay there.
And do you know where he would stay, the name of the hotel, that he would have a layover in Japan at the airport?
Sure, I wouldn't remember.
Now, in 1997, again, take a moment to put yourself back at the property at Wellington. It's the first year after your son has completed high school, and it's that year that your driving regularly from Wellington to Ballina to take your daughter to high school? Do you have any recollections of you yourself receiving a phone call from any women looking for Rick?
No.
No recollection of a female ringing the phone number at home wanting to speak with Rick?
No. No.
Now, how did your husband, to your understanding, pay for that trip in 1997 to Belgium?
I can't remember which way we paid it.
Money was tight, as I understand it. How did he fund that 5 or 6 weeks in Europe?
Well, he stayed sadly when he got to Europe. He didn't, it wasn't like he was staying in a hotel.
Do you know whether anyone provided him with funds to take that overseas trip?
No, probably just maybe from money still that I had from the house. He might have used some of that, I can't remember.
You have no memory today as to how your husband could afford the airfares and any living expenses whilst in Europe in the order of 5 to 6 weeks in 1997.
As I said, maybe from some of the money I had from the sale of the house. But that's, yeah.
Do you have any memory in that period of time when your husband went overseas in 1997 of him going over to visit any coin fairs?
No.
Do you have any memory today of your husband ever going overseas to visit coin fairs?
Not particularly. It was more family related.
Were there any business or financial interest, to your knowledge, that took your husband to Europe in 1997?
No.
What had become of the furniture business in Luxembourg by this time?
That finished after he left. We came back to Australia and they shut it down as far as I know.
Did your husband, to your knowledge, ever have any businesses or companies in Europe by the name Renov Pub or Renov Pubs?
No.
Marketing or advertising business? Have you heard that name before? What about C&L Construct?
No.
Rings no bells? Now, have you yourself spent any significant time in the United Kingdom, Mrs. de Heberberry?
There for a while.
How old were you when you lived in the United Kingdom?
How old was I?
Yeah.
Oh, I was married. We were married.
Right. What period of time?
Probably in the 80s.
Before you lived in Belgium and Luxembourg?
Probably middle 80s.
All right. Doing the best you can, and I appreciate it's a long time ago, but I think we've established that in about 1980 or 1981 until 1986 you lived in Europe, and yesterday you said you lived a few years in Luxembourg and perhaps a couple of years in Belgium and had a short time down in France in the Bordeaux area. When were you living in the United Kingdom with your husband?
Would have been, I don't know, the early 80s or middle 80s.
Right. Does that mean that you left continental Europe, that is Belgium or Luxembourg or France, and spent some time in the United Kingdom
Yeah,
in that period, 1980 or thereabouts to 1986.
yeah.
And where did you live in the United Kingdom with your husband at that time?
In Burwash, South East Sussex.
South East Sussex?
Yeah.
And can you just spell that name, please?
Burwash.
Yeah,
Burwash, B-U-R-W-A-S-H.
thank you. And what other towns is near that location?
Tunbridge Wells.
And any others that are near that location?
Well, that was probably the biggest town next to it.
And can you remember any other places you lived in the United Kingdom other than that town?
Folkestone, no, that was a long time before I had kids.
This is before the children came. And what were you doing in the UK? Were you working?
No, I wasn't.
Was your husband Rick working?
Yeah, well, he was still doing things with his family in Europe.
And were those things related to furniture or not?
Yeah, no, he was going to, he was just working with them. He'd go backwards and forwards.
Right. And how long at this point in time did you live in the United Kingdom?
How long?
Yes.
About 3 years.
I just want to get the chronology right. It doesn't seem to marry up with
Well, yeah.
with what you said yesterday. Now, you've got a firm belief today that you may have lived in the United Kingdom for about 3 years.
Yeah.
And you think it's mid-80s is the best you can nominate.
Imagine it was around then.
And in the 3 years, which is preceding the birth of your children that you've lived in the United Kingdom, you did not work,
I was at home with the kids.
and
They were little.
and your husband Rick would return from time to time to Belgium or Luxembourg, was it, to attend to the furniture business?
Yeah, he'd go over and come back. He'd go over for a week and come back for 5 days and go again.
Did you, in that period of time, perhaps 3 years that you lived in the United Kingdom, do some sightseeing with your husband?
Oh, mainly just stayed in the area we were in.
Did you, for example, go to Tonbridge, which is not that far from Tonbridge Wells?
Tunbridge.
Yes.
What, together?
Yes.
I suppose we went there sometimes. I can't.
Had you been
I mean, we could have gone there.
to Tonbridge Wells with your husband?
Possibly.
Do you have any memory of going to Hastings with your
I
husband,
went to Hastings with my parents.
but not with your husband?
Oh, yeah, well, we all went together. But that was just a day trip, I think.
Hastings is relatively close from where you were living.
Oh, it was a day's trip. I went there for an outing. We
And
lived there,
were your parents living with you or were they visiting?
visiting.
And did you go down to Winchelsea?
Where?
Winchelsea, do you know that? No. What about Strand Gate?
No,
Remember Strand Gate?
I don't know.
Did you, with your husband, go to Alfriston or Alfriston?
I can't remember.
What about Brighton? Remember going to Brighton with your husband or not?
Once, just like I went anywhere, we went as a family.
Do you have any memory of that period of time in the United Kingdom going to particular sites of significance such as the Winchester Cathedral?
At that time, I don't remember. I'd have gone there many years before.
Many years before, but not with your husband?
Yeah, with him, like before we had kids.
You remember going to Winchester to see the cathedral with your husband?
Winchester or Canterbury, I can't remember. Maybe Canterbury.
Have you ever been to Jane Austen's house?
Don't remember.
Don't remember? You sure about that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Now, just returning to 1997, I withdraw that. You've seen from some of the records that your husband had frequent overseas trips throughout the 1990s.
Frequent.
Well, nearly on one a year or thereabouts, over a course of many years.
I thought it was more once every like 2 years or something.
Be that as it may, on those occasions that your husband went overseas, did he provide you with an itinerary as to what his movements would be?
He'd tell me where he was going, he'd contact me.
Did he tell you how you could contact him? Or is it just he would contact you? Did you have any idea where he may be at any specific time or given time whilst he was away travelling?
Not really. When he was over there, he did his travelling. I wasn't sure exactly where he was every day.
Well, sorry, I thought you'd finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't think that anything about having to know exactly it was every day.
How would you contact him if there was a family emergency, for example, back in Australia?
I don't remember.
Well, it's not about remembering. If there was a family emergency, it's just, with respect, Mrs. De Havilland, it's a fairly straightforward question.
Really?
On those, let me finish, please. On those occasions that your husband went overseas, how would you go about contacting him if there was an emergency? Did he leave you with a number or an address to contact or not? Can't remember. Did he tell you where he may be staying at different points in time whilst he was away on one of these trips?
We usually just went over and I don't know, most of the time he was, as I said, around family people, and I don't really have any, I never had a hotel itinerary or anything like that for him. No.
Did you have, at the very least, a vague plan or understanding of where he might be and what he might be doing, or not?
Well, went away mainly just to catch up over there, because from my memory he only went over like every couple of years or something.
Well,
to see family, but he might have gone more often. I can't remember the exact times he went and the dates.
Going back to 1997, and take a moment to think about those various events I've identified for you that happened in 1997. This is the period that you are living in Wellington. You've only ever lived there once.
Yeah.
Did he say to you when he was going overseas that year where he was going and what he was doing?
I can't recall that far back.
Where was his family located in Europe at that time, if he was visiting family?
Yeah. Well,
Where?
Tournai.
Tournai in Belgium.
Yeah. And
Any-
one of the other brothers was, I forget where he lived. He was over there in another town.
Brother or cousin?
Cousin. They called each other like brothers, but they were cousins.
And do you remember the name of that town in Belgium?
No, it's out further out, I can't remember.
Was there any family members living in Lille, in France, northern France, not that far from Tournai?
I don't remember if they were living there for a while or moved, I'm not sure.
And which cousin, to your recollection, may have lived in Lille?
I'm not sure. Whether they lived in Lille or whether it was mainly Tournai, I thought.
Do you have any memory of any?
I don't remember who lived in Lille. But there was another town where one of the others lived, sort of out in the country.
In Belgium or in northern France? Or
In Belgium.
Belgium. Do you have any memory today, Mrs. de Heberveri, of any family member of your husband living in Lille?
Not really.
And
But I could be wrong because I don't, I can't remember. He had different cousins over there at the time, but the ones I knew were mainly around Tournai.
And again, do you have any memory today of any of your husband's family living in Luxembourg?
No,
No?
just us.
Just you for that period of time? Your husband managed the furniture business?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Narita Hotel?
Narita? No,
Not heard of the Narita Hotel?
no.
Can I? Now, apart from the property in Wellington or the property that you rented at 16 Howard Crescent and then the property that you rented at the Terrace, to your knowledge, did you and or your husband have any PO box?
When?
Well, in that period, from the time you've moved back from Tasmania, from Midway Point, until the time that you were living back at Ballina at the Terrace.
We had a PO box.
Did you have a PO box? Or you don't remember or don't know?
Eh?
Do you remember or not or don't know? I'm just asking you, did you have a PO box to your knowledge or not?
I remember if we had one or not. I mean, sometimes we had PO boxes, but I can't remember at that particular time whether we had the street address or a PO box.
What about, do you have a memory of there ever being a PO box you'd collect from at Lennox Head?
No,
No?
no,
And unaware of any PO box at Lennox Head?
yeah, no.
Do you have a memory, and if you don't know, please say so, of you yourself collecting mail from a PO box here in Ballina?
In Ballina?
Not far from this very building.
No, not in Ballina.
No?
Like, I don't remember having a PO box in Ballina.
You don't remember a PO box in Lennox or in Ballina. Do you ever remember collecting mail from any PO box?
Only in Byron.
Byron.
Yeah.
And when was that PO box? What period of time was that?
Oh, just in the last few years.
And was that when you were living up at Coroners Act?
Yeah, we had a PO box there. We still got it.
Was that at Suffolk Park or at Byron?
Well, we had it there probably from the time we lived in Suffolk Park up till we moved up to Coroners Act. But we just kept it.
Your Honour, I do note the time if that's convenient.
We'll take the lunch break now and resume at 2 p.m.
Please stand. This is now temporary adjourned. Please all stand. This class votes now resumed.
Your Honour, I apologise for the delay. I understand that Mr Dan Dashley now seeks Your Honour's leave to appear on behalf of Mrs de Haverberry and may wish to say something.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honour. My name is, for the record, Dan Dashley, D-A-N-D-A-C-H-L-I, solicitor for Mrs de Haverberry. First and foremost, I want to express my unreserved apology to Your Honour and to those attending today. Unfortunately, Mr Sadat was pulled away and I was given very little notice to appear this afternoon, and I understand you've lost some hearing time, and for that I'm very apologetic to those attending today.
Well, thank you, Mr Dan Dashley, for your apologies and for stepping in, but it really is a most unfortunate situation that we've lost this hearing time, and I'm sure it hasn't been well received by your client either. I don't know, I still don't think that that's an acceptable explanation, but we will move on. I don't know what the explanation is, but we'll move on.
Oh, sorry, simply that Mr Sadat became unavailable. That was my explanation. And
yeah, unacceptable. Thank you.
My pleasure, Your Honour. Mrs de Haverberry, you're comfortable with your new legal representation, I take it?
Yes, that's fine.
I just wanted to go back to your evidence, if I may, before the luncheon adjournment, and you'll recall that I was asking you a number of questions about your time that you spent in the United Kingdom. And again, I want to try and orientate you to some events that may assist with your recollection of when you lived for those 3 years in the United Kingdom. Your son was born, was he not, in Sydney in 1979, April of 1979? And your daughter was born, was she not, in April of 1981 in Luxembourg? How long after the birth of your daughter did you leave Luxembourg? Or another way of putting it, how old was your daughter when you left Luxembourg?
I took her back to Australia when she was 3 months old, just to visit my family.
Yes.
And that was in 81, obviously. And I think I returned then. I'm not sure if we went back to Luxembourg or I went straight back to England.
Again,
I stayed with my family for a while in Australia with her. Obviously, it's a long way to go, so I stayed a couple of months with them and then I came back.
and can you remember how old your daughter was, or indeed your son was, when you landed in the UK and took up residence in Burwash?
They were about 2 or 3 she was, and David would have been about 4 or 5.
And did you remain living in Burwash until you returned home to Australia?
Yeah.
And again, doing the best you can, how old was your son or your daughter when you returned back to Australia?
About 5 and 7, something like that.
And when you lived in Burwash, do you remember the address that you lived at?
Not out of my head just right at the moment. It was in, I think it was in Spring Lane.
And of all the cities, towns, villages and hamlets in the United Kingdom, why was Burwash chosen to relocate to for such a period of time?
I liked the country. I just felt like being in the country. Also, being in England, I could drive, which I didn't think when I was in Europe. I could speak the language better. I mean, you know, it was all those things, having some connection for me, for friendship and driving, and that was the main reason. And I mean, I like the countryside, so we went there.
Did you choose Burwash, or did your husband decide Burwash was the place for the family?
We found a place there to rent, which wasn't easy in England, and we chose to go there.
Had your husband been to Burwash before and suggested maybe a nice place to settle down?
No.
And what was the purpose of moving from Luxembourg via Australia, perhaps, to Burwash in the United Kingdom?
Well, they shut down the business hour. I was in Australia. They decided to shut that business, and I came back over to England, I think it was, from Australia.
And you said before lunch that your husband would leave Burwash and return to Europe
Yeah,
for a week at a time, or
yeah.
something to that effect. What was his work in Europe if he wasn't working in Luxembourg with the business?
He was still working with them in their other businesses.
The other,
They closed down the Luxembourg one.
I take it, the other furniture businesses that you mentioned yesterday in Belgium.
Yeah.
I take it from your earlier answers that there was no family of yours living in and around Burwash?
No.
And is that the same for your husband? There was no family of his that lived near Burwash? Did you yourself have any friends in Burwash before you moved there, or not?
No. Made friends because the kids were little. I took them to playgroups and made friends with the women there.
And again, did your husband have any friends in Burwash prior to you settling there in the 1980s?
No.
Now, I just want to return to 1997 and some evidence you gave again before the luncheon adjournment in relation to your husband staying in Japan en route to Europe. You said that he would only, in effect, stay one night in Japan.
I don't know if it was a night or a few hours. It was just a stopover.
Do you have a clear memory of his movements through Japan in 1997, or is this supposition on your part today?
I can't remember it, but I mean, I think that the time I knew he went via Japan, he had only a stopover there.
Have you discussed more recently with your husband his overseas trip in 1997 following contact with police last year?
No.
You've had no discussions with your husband since June of last year about any overseas travel he took in 1997. Is that your evidence?
No, I haven't.
You sure about that?
Yeah, sure.
Do you remember driving your husband to Brisbane Airport in the winter of 1997?
No, he would have caught a bus because I didn't drive to Brisbane.
Was that the usual practice within your household, that if your if your husband was to take an overseas trip, he would take public transport?
Well, I would have, yeah, he would have caught a train or a bus, yeah. I haven't driven into Brisbane.
And is there a reason why you are so clear on why it is in the winter of 1997 you would not have driven him to the airport?
Well, I just don't drive to Brisbane. He would have caught, you know, the coach or the train up. I never drove up to Brisbane.
Do you have any memory at all of picking up your husband at Brisbane Airport when he has returned from an overseas trip?
No, I don't drive that way. He would have come back and I would have picked him up further down.
You would pick him up at the bus stop? In 1997, to your memory, did your husband take day trips to Queensland on a regular basis?
Regular, I don't know about regular, but I can't remember what he did back then, I'm sorry. I mean, it's a bit hard for me to remember what he did in 97. He might have gone, but to me it wouldn't have been unusual if he went to Queensland for a trip up there, you know. But he would have gone by public transport because I had the car.
And do you have a memory now of why it was your husband would go to Queensland?
Well, no, he would have just gone up maybe to see somebody, or I don't really exactly know the reason why he went back then. I don't know. I can't tell you. Whether he had, you know, someone up there to see about coins, or whether he just had some other interest, you know, I can't tell you that far back what happened, you know.
And again, this is the period of time where you, for nearly a year, lived in Wellington. And again, I just want to understand this more clearly. Why was it that you left Ballina and went to Wellington and not somewhere else for rental accommodation?
I think we just saw a house we liked up there. We moved up there. The house we had in West Ballina wasn't very big.
Did something happen in Ballina that meant you needed to leave Ballina?
No,
You sure about that?
not that I remember, no.
Now, do you have a memory today of your husband returning from his overseas trip in 1997?
No. It's all too far back for me to remember the details.
In 1997, and if you need to try and reacquaint yourself with that year, there's the Threadboat Landslide of the 30th of July, and then, of course, the Princess Diana's death on the 31st of August 1997. Around those time frames, do you have any memory of your husband going to Byron Bay on a regular basis?
No.
Right. That's a firm no. Why are you so firm that he may not have gone to Byron Bay in that period of time in 1997?
If he went to Byron Bay, he'd need the car. We would have gone together, or he would have, you know, put a bus. But I don't remember him going on a regular, you know, trips to Byron Bay back in, 97?
Did you not acquire a second motor vehicle on the 11th of August 1997?
Second one?
Yes, a Mitsubishi Magna, a white motor vehicle, sedan,
Yeah.
registration PVC096.
Yeah, but we had that for my daughter. We ended up giving that to her.
Do I understand correctly, by the 11th of August 1997 there were two motor vehicles?
I can't remember now, but I remember now that we got the other one, but then we gave the other one we had to my daughter. And she was able to drive it.
How did you fund the purchase of the second vehicle, the Mitsubishi Magna?
Mitsubishi, well, we probably got the money from overseas.
Well, probably.
From his family. Well, his family helped him out.
How do you know? Well, firstly, do you know with any certainty today where the money came from to purchase the Mitsubishi Magna in August of 1997?
Well, out of my head, I can't remember right now. But obviously, it wasn't a new car. It was an older car. It wasn't like it was an expensive one.
You accept, do you not, that at this period of time money was tight or scarce?
Yep.
You weren't working, correct?
I realise that he did get assistance from his family.
Do you know, as a matter of fact, Mrs. de Hebervary, whether your husband received any money from family in 1997, or are you simply guessing?
I can't tell you the exact details on that.
At this period of time, winter of 1997, your husband was still on the invalid pension, correct?
Yeah.
And to your understanding, was not deriving any income from any other means?
No.
And you can't, with any certainty today, proffer an explanation as to where the money came from to purchase the Mitsubishi Magna?
No, not exactly. I can't tell you exactly where we purchased the car.
Now, you said a moment ago that that car was provided to your daughter.
The one we had, the Toyota. We had a little Toyota.
And that was the car that you'd been driving.
Yeah.
And your daughter then had the use of that.
Yeah.
And did you and your husband share the use of the Mitsubishi Magna?
Yeah.
And do I take it then, from that moment in time, when you acquired the second motor vehicle, that your husband would use the Mitsubishi Magna when he needed to?
If he needed to go somewhere, possibly he would have used it. I mean, both of us used it because she used the car when she had it to go to work.
Simply put, Mrs. de Haverberry, there was a car at Wellington that your husband could use if necessary. Yes. You're living at Wellington at this time?
So, I can't remember exactly what we had there. I don't know which car we had there.
Do you have any memory around that time that Princess Diana passed, or around that time that you acquired the second motor vehicle, of your husband coming into money?
No. No. Only from whatever he got from the families, but nothing else. We never had any big money wins, no.
Do you have any memory in that period when you're living in Wellington, and you only lived in Wellington for about 12 months, of your husband saying to you, so-and-so has given us some money?
No.
Do you have any memory, again, in that period of time when you were living in Wellington, of your husband saying to you, I've just sold a coin and I've got some money?
I don't remember the exact details, no.
Do you know why the Mitsubishi Magna that was acquired in August of 1997 was sold? Pardon me. I withdraw the question. Thank you. Mrs. de Haverberry, do you know why the Mitsubishi Magna was sold 3 months later, or thereabouts, on the 30th of November 1997?
3 months later.
Yeah.
I think we had problems with the gearbox. And it was going to be expensive to repair, so we sold it. From memory, that is. That's all I can remember.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your evidence that you hold a joint bank account with your husband. Which bank is that account with? And is that been a long-standing joint bank account with your husband?
Yes.
And is it in the name of de Haverberry? And at any time that you've known your husband, have either you or, to your knowledge, your husband established a safe custody facility with the Commonwealth Bank?
He used to have an envelope in the bank years ago with just our personal jewellery, quite a long while ago.
And you say quite a long while ago. What decade?
I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Was it in that period before or after you went to Europe for the extended stay?
No, it was... no, since we came back from Europe, and I only lived in Bellingham since we came back from Europe.
Was it the late 80s, early 90s, mid-90s, late 90s, 2000s?
It would have been probably, I don't know, when we were living, I'm not sure, about the 90s or 80s, late 80s, I'm not really sure, but I know I can't remember what time or date, but I remember once we had some jewellery in an envelope in a box at the bank, but that was all.
And which bank?
Commonwealth.
And which branch?
The Bellingham branch.
And is this a topic that you've discussed recently with your husband?
No, I knew that before, that we had that from years ago.
That wasn't quite my question. Have you recently, that is, since police first contacted your husband, have you discussed with him a topic concerning a safe custody envelope facility?
Yes, well, I asked him about it because I heard, that they queried it.
And when you say you'd heard they'd queried, what are you referring to more specifically?
Well, that, he told me that, that they were saying that he had a safety deposit box, but we didn't have a safe. I mean, he had an envelope, and I think at some stage after that, the box became available, and he put it in the box at the bank. That was all.
And is this information that you have discussed with your husband since June of last year?
Yeah, well, it was after the police spoke to him.
And did your husband ask you to say anything on that matter? Should you be asked questions in court about this matter?
No, he didn't ask me to say anything. I just, queried it because he said that they asked him about it. Well, it was in his discussion with him, obviously. But I know that we didn't have anything else except jewellery in the bank at any time.
Did you ever use at any time any safe custody envelope or box that was held by you or your husband?
No.
It was, to your understanding, a safe custody facility solely used by your husband?
Yes.
Do you know, as a matter of fact, what your husband put in any safe custody envelope or box?
It's our personal jewellery.
Do you know that, or is that something you have been told?
No, it was, I know. I know because I used to miss some of the jewellery I wanted to wear because it was in the bank, that's all. So I do know it was my jewellery. We had some jewellery then that which we thought, was quite, valuable pieces which I've had over the years, and we put it in the bank.
And how long, to your recollection, would you leave those valuable pieces of jewellery in safekeeping in a safety deposit envelope with the Commonwealth Bank?
I can't remember how long we left it in there.
Days, weeks, months, years?
Yeah, probably maybe a year, I don't know. I can't remember. So I don't remember how long, but it could have been months, could have been 6 months, it could have been a year.
Do you know, I withdraw that, did you know in October of 1997 that your husband had a safe custody envelope with the Commonwealth Bank?
I can't remember the date we had it. I can't tell you it was 1997, you know, I don't remember.
Would it surprise you to learn that your husband had a safe custody facility here in Ballina for a sum total of 13 days?
13 days.
13 days
Yeah,
in October of 1997?
I don't ring a bell. You know, dates, I'm afraid, but that long ago, I can't remember.
And you can't throw any light on what may have been kept at the Commonwealth Bank here in Ballina for safekeeping by your husband?
Well, only jewellery.
Did your husband, to your knowledge, store valuable coins with the bank?
He had some, I think, at one stage in the bank.
Do you know whether your husband would store cash in the safe custody envelopes?
Not that I know, no.
Again, taking you back into 1997, when you were living in Wellington, and if it assists, you lived at 8 Rubiton Street, Rubiton. Do you remember, for a short period of time, observing in the family garage at the residence tea chests?
No, I don't.
Perhaps 3 in total, tea chests?
I don't remember.
Take a moment.
Yeah, but I don't remember any teachers.
Something you'd remember, is it not?
I mean, if I saw them, I'd remember. I don't know. I mean, it's a while ago as well. But I don't particularly remember, no. I didn't see anything.
Do you have any recollection of your husband telling you that he was storing tea chests for safekeeping for a friend before they embarked on a trip overseas?
I never saw anything. No,
Were you told anything?
no.
Do you have any memory, whilst you lived at Wellington, of a man and a woman coming to your place of residence and speaking with your husband about the storage of personal belongings of theirs? Do you say you don't particularly remember, do you have any memory of these matters?
No.
And remind me again, please, Mrs. de Heverberry, as to why it was you would store your jewellery in a safety deposit envelope with the Commonwealth Bank.
To protect it, that's all. It was jewellery that I didn't wear very often, and we put it in the bank.
You seem reluctant or hesitant to answer that question.
There's nothing, no, it was just because he thought it was safer. It was just, a decision, we put it in the bank, keep it safe.
Do I take it that his coin collection was not stored in the safety deposit facility?
As far as I know, no.
And what was the value, to your understanding, in 1997 of your husband's coin collection?
I tell you, I don't.
Could it have been valued at more than those items of jewellery that were being stored in the safety deposit facility?
He had at the time, so I couldn't know the value.
Now, again, doing the best you can, when your husband returned from his overseas trip in 1997, do you have any recollection of him bringing gifts home for you or the children?
I don't remember anything.
Do you have any memory throughout 1997 of your husband bringing home Royal Dalton figurines?
Remember which?
Royal Dalton figurines?
Oh, I don't remember anything.
Do you have any memory of your husband throughout 1997 bringing home a Wedgwood dinner set?
So I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Castleton, Your Honour. I can barely hear the responses, Your Honour, just as a matter for the transcript. It might not get picked up.
Thank you, Ms Burke. Mr Hedeverry, would you mind just keeping your voice up a little bit so that, because everything's being typed out that you say, so just a little bit louder. Thank you very much.
Do you have any memory in 1997 of your husband bringing home a Susie Cooper fine china collection?
No.
Do you have any memory, whilst you were living in Wellington, of your husband bringing home a dining table?
Not particularly. I don't remember a dining table coming home.
Bookcase?
No. I don't remember.
What about, do you remember a new TV cabinet or a bed whilst you were living in Wellington?
TV cabinet.
Yes.
I don't remember, the detailed furniture we had there. Why?
I'm asking you, Mrs. de Havre, about your memory when you lived in Wellington, about whether or not your husband brought home particular items. And one that I wish to focus on is whether or not during that time in Wellington your husband brought home a TV cabinet.
I can't remember. I can't remember why you asked me that.
Do you have any memory whilst you lived in Wellington of your husband bringing home a large number of LPs or record collection? What about works of art? Do you have any memory of your husband bringing home any paintings or works of art whilst you lived in Wellington? If I could just have a document, please. No, one for the witness. And I might just have this brought up on the screen if I could, Your Honour, because I think it'll be easier to see. Pardon me a moment, please, Mrs. de Havre. Now, do you see there a picture? And have you seen that picture before? No. It's not something you've seen at your place? No. Now, that can be brought down. Did you, in that period of time in Wellington, own any works of art by Arthur Boyd or Jamie Boyd? Now, I just want to come back to the tea chests, and I want you to think long and hard about this next question, please. Are you quite sure, whilst you were living in Wellington, you did not observe any wooden tea chests?
No, I didn't.
Perhaps 3 or 4 in number?
No, I don't remember.
And is that a clear memory?
Yeah, I don't remember any tea chests at our house.
Do you remember the garage at Wellington?
Briefly.
Came off the side of the house, did it not? Yeah. It was off the side of the house?
Yeah, but I don't remember any tea chests being in there.
And is that something that you believe, remember, because wooden tea chests are nowadays, or even back then, unusual?
Yeah, well, I don't remember seeing any there.
And you have no memory, do you, of your husband telling you that he was going to take delivery of some wooden tea chests for some acquaintances of his?
No.
And you have a clear memory of that today, do you, Mrs. de Haverberry?
Yeah, well, I don't remember them. I didn't see them.
Do you have a memory today of what was in the garage in that period of time in June, that is coming into winter of 1997?
No, I can't remember exactly what we had in there now. So long ago.
Now, I imagine that it came as some great surprise to you when your husband was being questioned by police about Marion Barter.
Yes.
And what did your husband say to you, if anything, about his last interaction with Marion Barter?
He told me that he had seen her in Queensland and he had answered that ad and caught up with her apparently in Queensland and had, I think, a couple of days with her, and then he said it was over and he came back.
And was that before or after he went to Europe? Did he tell you?
I don't remember.
More recently?
No. Discussed it.
Did he tell you what her reaction was when he told her that it was over?
No, I don't know the details of their conversation.
Did your husband, since he has been spoken to police, say anything about Marion Barter's personality? Good or bad?
Well, I think she was supposedly, it's a bit awkward to say it, just she was pretty keen on men.
And what else did he say to you in that period after police have spoken to him about the things that they did whilst they were together?
What do you mean by that?
Well,
I don't know the details of what they did together. He just told me they had a sexual relationship and he said to her it wasn't right because he was married with children and she had another relationship at the same time, so they called it quits.
Did he withdraw that? Did you ask him whether they would go out to dinner or to see shows or anything like that? Or?
Ask any details.
In circumstances, Mrs. de Haberbury, where police have spoken to your husband and he's provided a statement and a record of interview, did you not want to know a bit more about this missing person, Marion Barter, and his involvement with her, given the police were speaking with him?
Well, he didn't even know she'd gone missing. When they came and spoke to us, he had no idea she'd been missing. He hadn't heard from her since that time he caught up with her, he said. And he had no idea she'd even gone missing. He hadn't had connection with her.
What did he tell you about the last time he saw her?
I just told you that he had gone to Queensland and had been with her for 2 days or 2 nights and left.
Did he tell you that the last time he saw her was in Queensland?
I think, yeah.
Are you quite certain of that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And did he say to you how she was emotionally the last time that he saw her?
No, I didn't talk about it. No, anything like that with him.
Did he say anything to you after the police have contacted him as to what he understood she did by way of employment in Queensland?
She did. I've heard she was a teacher.
And did you hear that from your husband?
Heard it from the podcast on the TV that I saw that night. On the news, they were talking about it.
I'm just wanting to understand what you and your husband have discussed in that period of time, shortly after police have made contact with your husband.
He said he never saw her again after he saw her in Queensland.
Did he tell you early on, after the police first made contact with him, as to what her job was?
As well?
What her job was, what she did?
Yeah, teacher.
Your husband told you that? Yeah. Right. And what else did he tell you in that conversation that you were having about Marion Barter just after the police had come a knocking?
It was just because I had no idea he even knew her, you know, and obviously I was upset. Yeah, I found out that he'd had affairs with her. I mean, how do you think I felt, you know? It wasn't very nice for me.
And did he tell you anything else about her and what she did and where she lived and what her plans might be shortly after your husband has spoken to police?
No, he told me that the last time he saw her was in Queensland, and that he said that she was a teacher up there, and that's about, you know, I didn't really go into all the details of everything.
Did he tell you that he went to the school that she taught at on an occasion or not?
He went.
I'm just simply asking you, Mrs. de Haberbury, what you and your husband discussed.
No, he didn't tell me he went to the school where she went.
Did he say anything to you about where she was living, whether she was living with someone or on her own, whether she owned a home or rented a home? Did you have any of those sorts of discussions?
No, he said that she was in a relationship with somebody else at the time, that he saw her. Apparently, she had somebody she was seeing at the time. He caught up with her that occasion.
And did your husband tell you the name of Marion Barter's partner or person that she was in a relationship with at this time?
No.
Did he describe the person in any way to you or not?
No.
Yesterday I asked you whether you had heard of a woman by the name of Jeanette Gaffney Bowen, and your answer was to the effect, I think I knew about her, she may have been a dancer or something to that effect.
Yeah, well, he told me about that after he spoke with her.
After police.
I had no idea about her either.
And did he say anything to you about how he came to know her?
No.
And did you, prior to yesterday or today, read about Jeanette Gaffney Bowen and your husband in any documents?
No.
What did your husband tell you more recently after police first contacted him about his interactions with Jeanette Gaffney Bowen?
He never told me anything about her. I didn't know anything about her until the police ordered out.
And after that time, what, if anything, did your husband tell you about his interactions with Jeanette Gaffney Bowen?
They had a relationship.
Right. And what else did he tell you? I'm sure it wasn't just left at that.
What do you want me to? I don't know.
Or did he tell you where she lived, what she did, how he came to meet her?
No, I don't know how he met her.
You don't know how he met her?
I don't know where she lived.
And you don't know where she lives? And did he say to you that there was an allegation by Ms. Gaffney Bowen that your husband may have acquired from her in the order of $30,000 for a joint business venture?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
Did your husband tell you about that more recently?
He told me about that, yeah.
And
He told
what?
me that that's what she was saying.
And what did he say in response to that allegation that was being levelled at him by her? Sorry?
He said it was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
Spending money from her.
Did he admit to you that he stayed at her residence from time to time in late 1998?
I only found that out recently, you know,
Found out from whom?
from him.
And what did he tell you?
And he told him that she was making accusations about money, and I had no idea he knew her. He met her, I think, I don't know, in Sydney.
You don't know how they met, you've given that evidence.
He was at a coin place, a coin show, and she came up to him.
And did he say to you during this conversation you were having that he stayed at her house from time to time in late 1998?
He told me he stayed there one night.
One night?
One night.
Not more than one?
I know.
Did he tell you that he borrowed her car on an occasion?
No.
Did he tell you in this conversation or conversations you may have had subsequently with your husband that Ms. Gaffney Bowen sought and obtained an apprehended violence order against your husband?
I heard that, but I don't know why.
Who did you hear it from?
He told me after police had spoken with him.
And what did he say about that topic?
He was upset because he said there was no reason for it, and had he been able to, he would have gone back and gone against it. I mean, he's not a violent person.
At the time that order was obtained in early 1999, I take it you were unaware of the existence of that order?
I wasn't aware of it.
And you've only become aware of it more recently?
Yeah.
Did you mentioned, I withdraw that, I asked you yesterday about whether you had come to learn of a woman by the name of Janet Oldenburg who may have had an extramarital affair with your husband, and you don't, that name rings no bells to you. Have you had any discussions at any time with your husband relating to Janet Oldenburg? Have you read in any document any allegation that Janet Oldenburg may have made against your husband?
No.
Have you come to learn, and tell me if you haven't, that your husband travelled overseas with Janet Oldenburg in December of 1999?
I didn't know that.
Didn't know that? You're hearing that for the first time today.
Yeah, well, I heard that he went overseas with her only just recently.
And was that after police made contact with your husband?
Yes.
And did he tell you?
After they spoke with him.
Did you hear it from your husband that he travelled with Janet Oldenburg overseas in December of 1999?
I didn't know her name. You know, I hadn't heard of her before. He said that he didn't tell me he'd gone overseas with her.
What did he tell you in relation to her?
Oh, he had another affair.
And apart from an affair, did he nominate a name or not?
No, I didn't know the name at all.
And did he tell you?
Oh, just recently.
Right. And did he tell you recently that he travelled overseas whilst he was having the extramarital affair with this lady known as Janet Oldenburg?
I didn't know he went overseas with her.
You've just learnt that today?
Just recently, after he told me he had, you know.
I don't want there to be any miscommunication, Mrs. de Haververy. I'm simply wanting to know what your husband has told you recently about Janet Oldenburg. That's all I'm asking.
Where was she living?
I'm asking you, Mrs. de Haververy, what your husband has told you about Janet Oldenburg.
He didn't tell me that he went overseas with her at all. I don't know. I haven't got any information unless she was a dancer. I don't know.
You know that your husband...
Someone who wanted to be a dancer. I don't know if it was her.
Did you learn recently, after police first contacted your husband, from your husband, that he had an extramarital affair with a lady called Janet Oldenburg? Yes or no, please, Mrs. de Haververy?
He told me.
Thank you. What did he tell you about Janet Oldenburg?
I don't know which one she was.
Did he say to you at any time that he travelled overseas with a woman he was having an extramarital affair with?
No.
Do I take it then that the first time you've learnt that your husband may have travelled overseas with a woman he was having an extramarital affair with is now from me?
Yes, well, I didn't know that he'd gone overseas with her.
And that comes to you today for the first time?
Yeah.
In 1999, I withdraw that. Can I take you back to near to the Christmas of 1999? You're living at the Terrace in Bellingham. your husband has been overseas in December and returns on or around the 18th of December 1999. So about a week before Christmas of that year. Do you have any memory of your husband telling you that he had to be hospitalised whilst overseas?
I don't remember what time it was, but he was hospitalised, he said, at some stage over there.
And do you know when that was? Was it what period of time?
I can't remember exactly when, but I know he had to go into hospital for a couple of days.
And do you know why he had to go into hospital?
He got attacked.
He got attacked. And do you know where the attack took place?
I think, no, I'm not sure, but whether it was Amsterdam or the airport or not.
And you have a clear memory of this, or is this something you've been told or read more recently?
No, I remember him having to go to hospital once when he was over there for injuries, yeah.
And what country was he hospitalised in? Do you remember that detail?
Well, I think it was Amsterdam that he went over. He arrived in. That's where I think he got attacked.
And do you remember the circumstances of the attack?
Well, it was in the airport still, after he arrived at the airport.
And which city was this airport located in?
Amsterdam.
And are you sure about that?
I'm not sure, but I think that's where it happened.
And what else can you remember about a period of time where your husband was hospitalised following an attack?
After that,
You remember anything else about it?
no, he got bad bruising. He was in hospital for a couple of days over there, and then he came home.
And do you remember what year this was?
No,
Do you remember what became of the attackers?
no,
Do you remember whether he needed to return to Europe as part of any police investigation into the attack or the assault?
no.
Do you know, I withdraw that, did he say anything to you at this time about why it was he was attacked?
Oh, he just said he got mugged in the airport.
And did he tell you whether any of his belongings were stolen by the assailants?
I think he might have had some belongings taken from him. I can't remember whether he had any coins with him or not, but I don't think, he had his bag snatched and that was it.
Did he lose any important documents throughout the attack?
I don't know. I mean, obviously he had some things stolen, but I don't know what happened with his other paperwork.
Do you remember how long he remained in the Netherlands before he came home after that attack?
Not long.
And do you have any, pardon?
After he got out of hospital, I think he came home within a week.
And do you have any memory as to whether he had any difficulty getting home because identification documents or the like may have been taken?
No, he got home all right. I don't know what.
No difficulty with a passport or anything like that to your memory?
I don't remember him losing his passport.
And you have a clear memory of this at the time it happened? Or is this something that you've been told or have read more recently?
I haven't read it and I haven't been told. It's just my memory. But
And are you able to say what months or season this may have happened?
I couldn't tell you.
And are you able to say how long ago this happened?
Yeah, well, a long time ago. I don't know. I couldn't tell you which year it was.
And you're quite certain it was the airport in Amsterdam?
Well, I thought that's what it was, yeah.
You mentioned bruising. Were there any other injuries to your husband from this attack other than bruising?
I don't remember anything apart from the bruising.
Now, do I understand your evidence correctly that you've not at any stage since 1986 travelled overseas with your husband?
Only to Bali.
Bali?
Once I went over for my daughter's wedding over there.
And was that in the 2000s?
Yeah.
And what passport did your husband travel on that occasion?
Canterbury, I suppose.
You don't know. Do you remember, or you just don't know?
I don't. I'm sure it would have probably been to Canterbury. I don't know.
Now, does the name Andre Flamme or Flamme mean anything to you,
No.
Mrs. de Habervery?
No.
Not a name you've heard of before?
No.
Pardon me a moment, I'm nearly there, Mrs. de Habervery, you'll be pleased to know. Now, I just want to provide to you some evidence that your husband has told police in his record of interview, and I'll just read it. Question: your husband, in effect, says that in a period of time, perhaps 7 or 10 days, the following, that Marion Barter was moving her belongings, and that she asked him to take a collection of some tea chests at Wellington, all right? And if you want to look at the whole interchange, I'm happy to provide it to you to give it context if need be. But he was asked this question: was your wife aware of these boxes? That's the wooden tea chest, perhaps 3 or 4. And your husband answers no. And then he goes on to say, she probably saw them in the garage, but she never asked any questions about it. Questioned, and how long after the boxes were delivered did Marion come and collect them? answer, about a week or 10 days the most. Okay, question, and in between the phone call and her picking him up, did you keep in contact? No. Now, your husband does say that you're unaware of those wooden tea chests, but then says you probably saw them in the garage.
I don't remember seeing them.
Don't remember seeing them? And you have no memory today of your husband telling you that some people he know are going to deliver to your house in Wellington some boxes for safekeeping? No. And you don't remember yourself ever receiving a phone call from someone looking for Rick to talk about him looking after furniture? No. Did Rick, your husband, discuss with you after police visited him on the first occasion about what I've just said to you?
About what?
Well, did your husband discuss with you after he met with police the matters I've just raised with you about the storage of wooden tea chests at Wellington?
Well, no, I haven't had any knowledge of those at all.
Your husband says that this was the last time that he saw Marion Barter.
Well, I didn't even know she was there, so I don't know.
Your evidence earlier was that he told you that the last time he saw her
Yeah, it was up in Queensland.
was in Queensland.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile those differences?
Well, I didn't know she'd come to the house or anything with furniture then.
Do you see the difficulty or the tension in the evidence is that your husband has told you that the last time he saw Marion Barter was in Queensland,
Yes.
yet he has told police that the last time he saw Marion Barter was in New South Wales at Wellington.
I didn't know that.
And do I take it you didn't know that Marion Barter visited your house in Wellington
I didn't know.
until just now? First you've heard of it is now.
I didn't know she was there at all.
Now, the next matter is, I want to quickly ask you about is, at any time, do you have any memory or recollection of your husband requiring a prostate operation?
Yes.
And when was that?
Can't remember the year, but probably maybe 10 years ago.
If it helps, do you remember where you may have been living? That helps.
Probably up in Queensland, Miami.
And did your husband have the operation?
He had an operation, yeah.
Did he have a prostate operation or not?
Yeah, it was to do with prostate.
And how did he pay for that operation? Was it through the public? Did he, to your understanding?
He had a private doctor, which we just paid his fees, but he went to the hospital where it was done through the public system.
And to your recollection, did he require any money from any source beyond the immediate family, that is yourself, your son, your daughter, to pay for that prostate operation?
No, because what was in the public system, and we paid his fees, which we could manage.
You have, I take it, no memory of any family member in Europe providing money to him for the operation?
Not for that one.
At this period of time, you're living in Miami. Do you remember what years you lived in Miami in Queensland?
It was probably about, we had that done probably back in, I think, like I said, about 8 or 10 years ago. I can't remember.
Could it be around April of 2012? It's about 10 years ago.
April 2012, maybe.
And at this point in time, about 10 years ago, do you have any memory of your husband inheriting any wealth?
No. The only money he ever had, to help him was from his family in Europe. That was, previously.
And how long ago was that?
That was before the operation.
To your knowledge, did any of your husband's family in Europe invest €5 million euro? Invest €5 million euro following someone's death?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Now, do you have any memory in the late 1990s of your husband having to go to the Namboida region?
No.
Do you know where the Namboida is? Do you have any memory of your husband in the late 1990s going to Iluka?
Where?
Iluka?
No.
Do you know where that is?
Yeah.
But you have no memory of your husband going there?
No.
What about Grafton?
I don't remember him going there.
Armidale?
No.
Inverell? No. Does your husband have a name for his coin collection?
No.
Do you know, I withdraw that, when your husband, I withdraw that, are you aware of your husband ever selling coins?
Selling coins.
Selling coins.
Oh, he sold sometimes of his own. That's all.
And how would he sell them?
Well, he'd probably put them in an auction. Well, I don't think he'd go to some fairs sometimes and sell them.
Would he list them for sale through a third party?
No. I don't know how he dealt with his coins. That was his work.
Have you heard of a gentleman by the name of Jim Noble?
Yeah.
And what's your understanding of Mr. Noble's connection with coins, if any?
Oh, I know he's got a coin place in Sydney and an auction house.
And do you know whether your husband at any time would place coins with Mr. Noble in Sydney?
Probably put a couple with him from time to time, not really.
And do you know whether your husband at any time bought coins from Mr. Noble?
I don't think he bought that many, no.
Apart from Mr. Noble, is there anyone else that you know that your husband may have sold coins with or bought coins from?
Local coin fairs, maybe around the area where we lived. They were just small fairs.
You know, that's the examination sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. And at the time, I don't know how long Ms Burke and Mr Smith might be.
Your Honour, I've only got a couple of questions, just clarification, so I won't be long at all if that's of any assistance.
And Mr Smith?
My conservative estimate is half an hour, Your Honour.
How are you going, Mrs. De Hedeberry? How are you going? You need a short break? Would you like a break? Well, it could go for another half an hour. So your estimate was half an hour. It could go for 40 minutes. We just should take a short break now, if that's it.
On the other alternative,
If start tomorrow.
Ms Burke could deal with her questions, and then we go to a point, and if it looks like it's getting too onerous, we pull up stumps and resume tomorrow morning.
All right, well, we'll see. Do you need just a short break now before we continue? Are you right to go? Okay, all right. Ms Burke.
Oh, thank you, Your Honour. Mrs De Hedeberry, I'm appearing for the New South Wales Police Commissioner. I just want to seek clarification of some of your earlier evidence. You said that you met your husband on a ship that you came to Australia on from Southampton in January 1970. Is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever been on a ship before?
Yes.
What sort of ship was it?
The ship where I met him, or another ship?
Yes, that you both came out to Australia on in January 1970.
No, I went to Europe with my parents on a Russian ship, and I came home on the other ship where I met my husband.
Right. What was the other ship?
Huh?
What was the other ship?
The Russian ship. I went away with it.
Listen to my question. What was the ship that you met your husband on in January 1970 when you were coming back from England to Australia?
Suzanne. It's P&O line.
And what was the name of the ship?
Suzanne.
Jusan.
Yeah.
Do you know how to spell it?
CHUSAN.
CHUSAN. And how long did it take from Southampton to Sydney?
That was its last trip, so it was about a 3-month trip.
3 months. So you left Southampton what time in January?
Yeah, January.
What date in January?
Can't tell you the date. It was early in January, but I can't tell you the actual date.
And when do you say you arrived in Sydney?
I don't know the date, but it was like a 3-month trip.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
So you say that you would have arrived back into Sydney in around about March 1970, the two of you?
Yeah, March, yeah. But yeah, it was 3 months.
And both you and your husband disembarked in Sydney in March 1970. Is that what you say?
Yeah, yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Could it be that you both met somewhere else, not on board that ship in January 1970?
No, it's the first time I met him.
The 3-year period that you lived in England, I think you said that you weren't earning income. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your husband was going backwards and forwards to Europe.
Yes.
Did you operate a bank account so you could use funds to live on?
Oh, I can't remember what we had over there because it's a while ago, but we would have no doubt had an account together, but I didn't have a card or anything back then, so he provided
Would you have had a bank account with one of the English banks such as Barclays or Lloyds?
I can't remember.
Do any of those two banks ring a bell?
No.
The jewellery that you say that you and your husband kept in the envelope in the safe, You said it was done because it was valuable jewellery.
Yeah, yeah, well, it
What
was
sort
some
of jewellery was it?
It was my jewellery and his jewellery.
Well, can you
Some of it
describe
had-
it?
Huh?
Can you describe the jewellery?
Yeah, there were some pearls and opals, which my mother had left me, and some gold chains and rings. Some of his, some of mine.
Did you ever have it valued?
Oh, not really, but it was nice jewellery. I inherited some of it from my mother. And he had some nice jewellery when I met him, and he had that, rings and chains.
And do you still have that jewellery?
No, we've sold it. No, we sold it.
When was that?
No, years ago.
When you say years ago, was that in the...
Yeah, I can't really give you a date or a year. Can't really.
Well, you were asked a question by Mr. Castleton earlier in relation to the bank security envelope in 1997. Would you have sold the jewellery before or after?
After that.
When?
Yeah.
How soon after that?
Probably a while after. I can't exactly remember.
Do you have receipts for that?
Not that I know of.
And you're sure it was just jewellery?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Ms Burke.
Your Honour, could I, with Your Honour's indulgence, seek leave to just ask one other series of questions on one topic? I omitted to do it.
Yeah.
It won't take very long.
Certainly.
Mrs. De Havilland, I just want to show you some photographs, if I could provide you with a copy. And again, it might be easier if they're brought up on the screen. Now, just go to the first page, perhaps the second. Now, I want you to assume that I'm about to show you a series of photographs of Marion Barter. Go to the next one, please. Now, have you ever seen that person yourself alive, not in a photograph?
If I've seen her.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
You don't recognise that person?
No.
Can we go to the next photograph? Do you recognise ever seeing that person?
No.
And then, for completeness, to the final photograph, do you have any recollection of ever meeting that person?
No, I haven't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Smith. So you can just just leave that there. Thank you. We'll give it, if the court officer could just reclaim that.
Okay.
Yes, Mr Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms. De Havilland, I appear for Sally Layden, the daughter of Marion Barter. Just have a few questions for you. Firstly, you gave evidence yesterday that your daughter told you about the podcast that relates to Marion Barter's disappearance. Is that correct?
Yeah, she told me that.
And she told you that she has listened to the podcast. Is that correct?
Yeah, she listened to.
And
I haven't. She did.
And has she told you any of the contents of the podcast?
A few of them, yeah. Just, I can't. She said, that she had heard the last one.
Or when you said a few of them, what are the things she told you about that were on the podcast?
Oh, she just, not a lot, not a lot. She said she was surprised to hear it, that's all.
Okay. Well, when you said a few of them, can you just identify the few things, please?
She just, it was all, she said it was all about the father. She was upset.
And did she mention any particular topics or events that were referred to in the podcast?
Not really, no.
And to your knowledge, has your daughter told your husband about the podcast?
No, he hasn't. No.
So she has told you about it, but she has not told your husband about it. Certain about that?
Yeah, yeah.
And you haven't observed her telling your husband any of the contents of the podcast?
No.
And you haven't observed your husband listening to the podcast himself?
No.
I just asked for example because you gave evidence earlier that you heard they were looking into safe custody. Do you remember giving that evidence this afternoon? You gave evidence earlier to the effect that when Mr. Cassidy asked you about the safe custody deposit,
Yeah.
your first response was, I heard they were looking into safe custody. Now, who's the they in your answer there?
No, I'm not sure which. They were looking to safe custody.
Well, your evidence earlier was when you were asked about the safe custody deposit made by your husband. Your answer was, I heard they were looking into the safe custody. So I'm just trying to explore with you what you meant by that.
It's just that my husband, I think, was offered a custody box at the bank in a period of time.
So is the first you heard about that from him after police spoke to him in June last year?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
The event was, but in terms of when you first heard about it, how long ago did that
I
happen?
knew that he had put an envelope in the bank at that period. But
Yes.
he said from there they told him, he put an envelope because they said they didn't have any boxes, but then they let him know that they had a box if he wanted it.
Yes. So you have a specific memory of that deposit being made in about 1997.
Well, I didn't put it was the jewellery. It was jewellery. It wasn't anything else that I know of.
Just listen to my question though. You have a memory yourself of that happening?
Only from he told me that. I remember. I couldn't remember the date, but I know that at one stage he put an envelope in the bank.
But do you know that from your own experience or only from him telling you?
No, well, I know that he did because, I knew my jewellery was there. That's why.
Yes. So some of it was your jewellery.
And
Right.
some was his.
Right. And what was the nature of his jewellery?
Gold chains, probably rings he had from Europe. Years ago he had jewellery, necklaces, rings.
And was he accustomed to wearing jewellery on his body?
He used to. When I met him, he had jewellery. Yeah. He used to wear jewellery when I first met him.
And has that since stopped?
Well, yeah. Oh, he still wears a chain, but back then he wore more jewellery. That's when I first met him.
Now, you gave evidence earlier that when you met your husband on the ship, he said he was a photographer. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that was his job after you first came to Australia. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did he stop being a photographer at any point?
Well, he came out and he stayed with my family and I when we first arrived back in Australia. And then he went back to Europe and then I didn't see him again for 3 years.
Yes. And then you settled in Australia in 1986. Is that right?
Well, he came back in about 84. We got married. No, sorry. That was in the 70s that I first met him.
Yes. I'm just asking you when, after going back to Europe, when you first came back to Australia and lived together, was that in 1986?
Yeah.
In Mount Warren Park, is that correct?
Sorry?
In Mount Warren Park?
Yeah, that's right.
And from that point in time onwards, 1986 to now, did he still work as a press photographer or not?
No.
Or a wedding photographer?
Back in the 86? No.
So, to your knowledge, and you've been asked questions about his interest in coins, your firm evidence is that was only a pastime or a hobby of his?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what his interest was.
But as far as you
Yeah,
were
it wasn't a
concerned,
business.
it wasn't a source of income.
No.
And so his only source of income after 1986, in terms of regular income, was the invalid pension. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And have you been on the pension yourself at any point in time?
Yes.
Since when?
At the same time, they put me on wife's pension.
Since 1986?
Yeah, about that time.
Under the same scheme, is it? And have you yourself ever worked?
Yes, I did secretarial work when I was younger.
And you gave evidence yesterday that your husband, to your knowledge, had had one previous marriage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And is it the case that you don't know anything else about that marriage apart from the fact that it existed?
No.
And you don't know when it ended, for example?
Sorry?
You don't know when that marriage ended?
I didn't know, but he told me he'd been married once before, but he was divorced. He wasn't with her anymore.
He didn't tell you when he got divorced?
No, but he told me he was married, but he was obviously available, single.
And was that on the ship, he told you that?
No, not on the ship, probably a bit later, when he came back from France.
And just so I understand your earlier evidence correctly in response to questions from Ms. Burke, your evidence is the ship left the UK in January of 1970
Yeah,
and it would have arrived in Sydney in about March 1970.
yeah.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about the other names that your husband has had or used. Does the name Chaim or Chaim, C-H-A-I-M, Frederick Tehedavari,
Shame. No,
are you familiar with that name?
no,
That has no meaning to you?
no.
And your evidence, as I understood it, was that you didn't really question your husband's change of names, apart from asking why are you changing it?
Yeah,
And you were never given any answer apart from because you can, effectively. Is that correct?
that's right.
And you gave evidence that you became aware that your husband had been convicted of fraud previously and had served time in jail, correct?
Yeah.
And you knew that from writing letters to him while he was in jail, is that correct?
Yeah.
And was that in about 1972, early 1970s?
Yeah, 70, probably 71 from there on.
And given your knowledge about those previous convictions, that for fraud, that didn't spur you to press him about why he was changing his name at any subsequent point in your relationship?
Well, I just asked him why, but, no, because that was a long time before that he was in France, and I didn't really expect any problems anymore.
When was the first time you learned he had changed his name?
Which one?
Or any of them?
Well, the first time, it was Request, I think.
When did you learn about that name?
Huh?
When did you first learn about that name?
I can't remember.
And it didn't arise any suspicion in you that he was changing his name, having been convicted of fraud previously?
Well, I didn't expect him to be doing anything bad again, so I just believed it was something in his head that he wanted to change his name.
And you gave evidence, as I understood it, that you were aware of the following names. The first was Willie Wooters.
Yeah.
The second was Frederick Tehedavari.
Yeah.
The third was Rick West.
Yeah.
And the fourth was Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yeah.
And there are no others.
No.
And of course,
sorry to interrupt, Melinda. In fairness to the witness, there is one other, and it's obviously Rick Ballou.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. And of course, when you've been living with your husband, you've received mail.
Yeah.
Have you seen, firstly, any of those forenames on mail that's been delivered to your house?
Well, one, obviously, not. I don't remember. Maybe once with Wes, once or twice, but there wasn't much on any of the other names.
And you've never received mail to your house with any of the other names Mr. Castleton read out?
I can't remember, you know, it's been a while ago. I don't remember. I only seen Weston and his name ahead of me, obviously, in Blum.
You've been asked a number of questions about your husband's overseas travel. Just at a general level, how often, to your knowledge, has he travelled overseas since you both settled in Australia in 1986?
Well, early years, he went over probably every, 18 months or so, back over there to see his family.
And in later years?
Oh, no, he has been back for quite a while, over 10 years.
And is it the case that every overseas trip he took, you understood from what he had told you that it was to visit his family in Belgium?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the only reason he was going?
Yeah.
And in the 1990s, what family did your husband have in Belgium, to your knowledge?
He had a cousin. He had a couple of other cousins in France, but he didn't really see much of them. But his other brother died, so he had one left over there.
So he had effectively one relative.
He had a few others over, but not in Belgium.
Where were the others?
He had some in France,
Anywhere else?
and in Belgium and France that I know.
So in the 1990s, how many relatives would he have had in Europe, to your knowledge?
Maybe 3 or 4 still.
And your evidence earlier was that you, after moving to Ballina from Tasmania, you would use the money from the sale of your Tasmanian house to fund living expenses.
We weren't meant to, but we used some of it, obviously.
Weren't meant to, in what sense?
Oh, well, I mean, we should have bought a house straight away.
And was it your understanding that certainly when your husband was travelling in 1997, some of that money was used to fund the travel?
Oh, I can't remember, but possibly he might have used some.
And do you remember how much your Tasmanian house sold for?
Not really. I mean, under 100.
100,000?
No, about 80 or 90, I can't remember. Around between 80 and 90.
Thank you. And you accepted earlier that you had a joint bank account with your husband.
Yeah.
Would you access that bank account and make withdrawals and deposits to it?
Yeah, if I wanted to.
And you'd be aware from time to time of its balance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all the time.
So both of you used it regularly?
Yeah.
And so do I take it from your earlier evidence about your understanding that your husband was visiting relatives when he went overseas, the trip in the middle of 1997 that Mr. Castleton's asked you about,
Sorry?
the trip in the middle of 1997,
Yeah.
you understood at the time that was for your husband to visit his family?
Yes.
And the trip you were asked about in December 1999, you also understood that was to visit his family?
1999?
Yes, Mr. Castleton asked you some questions
Yeah.
in connection with Janet Oldenburg.
Yeah, I didn't know about that one. I mean, if he went over with her, yeah, I did know he went with her.
But you did know at the time he was going overseas.
Oh, yeah.
And to your knowledge, that was to visit family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, do you recall being asked by Mr. Castleton if you were familiar with the name Willie David Coppenole?
I knew that Willie David Coppenole. Well, what, for my husband?
Yes.
No,
You don't know, you didn't.
no, I don't remember him using that name.
Could the witness be shown page 3131? My volumes are a little different, I think. It's in my volume 10.
Might be part 2 of that assist.
Have you got that document?
Yeah, I've got the document.
So this is an enrolment to vote form in Queensland. And if you just go over the page, well, first of all, you can see at the top the name Rick Blum, and then Willie David Coppenole. And if you just go over the page, this is a similar form. It appears to be on a different date. And you'll see at the top, it's got the name Willie David Coppenole.
Yeah.
And then underneath, Frederick de Hedivari. Now, if you go down the bottom right,
Yeah.
you see your name there?
Yeah.
And is that your signature in the box?
Yeah.
And it appears to be dated 13th of March 2013.
Yeah.
Did you sign that document?
I must have. There. I don't
And-
remember it though.
And you can see, obviously, at the top, the name Willie David Coppenol's there.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember that. I don't remember it. You know, that I've signed it.
Well, you see above the box where your signature is, it says signature of person confirming your identity.
Well, yeah, it's my signature.
So do you accept then that you were at least mistaken previously?
I object to the question.
Must be, I don't remember.
Just a moment, Mr. Hedivari.
My learned friend has established that it's the witness's signature, but he's made an assumption as to when it may have been signed. That's all I'll say.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of when you signed this document, whether it had been filled out in this form or not?
I don't remember, I don't remember actually sitting down and signing it at this stage. I mean, obviously I have, but I don't remember it.
And it was also your evidence that, as I understood it, your husband's name was Frederick de Hedevari,
Yeah,
without any middle name David.
yeah, as far as I remember, yeah.
If you just go over a few pages to 3139.
Okay.
The numbers are quite small in the bottom. Now, this is a electoral enrolment document from New South Wales,
Which page are you?
3139.
The officer might need to assist you on it. It's very small and it's in red on a black background. It's quite hard to see.
Well, I think that's it, actually. I think that's the one. You've got it.
So you can see at the top of the document there's a stamp, 7 October 1999. And you see in the first couple of lines the name Frederick David de Hedevari.
Yeah.
And then
Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Oops. Is that the right page?
it's got 7 Oct 99 in a stamp at the top.
No, could we just get some assistance, please? It's a page that looks like it, but
So confused with it all.
3139, page 3139. That looks like it. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
You got that one?
yeah, got it.
And you see in the first couple of rows, it's got Frederick David de Hedevari.
Yeah,
And then down the bottom, it's got D de Hedevari.
yeah,
Well, first of all, is that your signature?
yeah.
And do you recall signing this document?
Sorry?
Do you recall signing this document?
I don't remember them, but I obviously have, but I don't remember sitting down and signing them, but I don't remember it.
And by signing the document, you see the words above your signature, I saw the applicant sign this form, I'm satisfied that all statements in it are true.
I possibly did, I just can't remember.
Well, so that document's got the middle name David, you see that?
Yeah, I can see it's got David. Yeah.
And if you go over one page,
One page.
you'll see again the name Frederick David de Hedevari at the top.
Yeah,
And is that your signature down the bottom?
yeah,
And having seen those documents, are you able to say why your answer yesterday was that your husband's name has not had a David as a middle name?
well, basically just, yeah, we put a David in there. As far as I kept thinking it was just Frederick de Hedevari. That was all. Not Frederick David, but I'm wrong, so it's Frederick David.
And just focusing on the point in time again in 1986, when you settled with your husband, if I can use that word, in Mount Warren Park.
Yeah,
From that time until today,
yeah,
have you lived with your husband constantly?
yes,
And certainly up until the age of 18, both children lived with you and your husband at all times.
Yeah.
And just so I understand the chronology correctly, after Mount Warren Park, you moved to Woodinbong,
Yes.
and then from Woodinbong to Gunnellabar.
Yes. No, I think we went. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
And then to Tasmania,
Yeah.
to Midway Point.
Sorry?
To Midway Point.
Yeah.
And what was the reason for the move to Tasmania?
I had an uncle and auntie down there. Thought it'd be nice to go to a cooler climate, and we decided to move down there. That's all.
And what was the nature of your house on that property in Tasmania?
It's just a 3-bedroom home with a garden.
Would you have said it was like a cabin or not?
Cabin. No, it's a brick home.
And you gave evidence earlier, I think, that you moved back to Ballina in 1996.
Remember the date, but we were in Tasmania probably about 3 years. Can't remember the years.
Is it possible you came back to Ballina before 1996?
I can't tell you exactly. When we left Tasmania, we came back up, but I can't remember the exact year. Yeah, well, the kids went to high school. Would have been in the 90s. I can't tell you the year, but it would have been in the 90s.
Did your children start high school in Ballina or
Yeah,
both?
yeah.
And you've given evidence that you moved to Wollongbar then for about a year in 1997.
Yeah.
And that was the whole family that moved there. And then after that, you came back to Ballina.
Yeah.
And then did you move somewhere after Ballina? In about 2001?
I think where we went. We went back down to Sydney. I went to Sydney because my daughter went down there to work. We went down to Sydney for a while. Stayed with her for about 6 months.
You and your husband
Yeah.
moved to Sydney
Yeah.
and lived with your daughter.
Yeah,
And where in Sydney was that?
around Clovelly.
And do you remember where you moved after that period in Clovelly?
Cessnock.
Yes. And what led you to Cessnock?
My sister was up there. We didn't want to stay in Sydney, so we went up there. We stayed there for a while, but probably a year.
I've just stopped you there one moment. Ms. Burke, are you still there? Looks like we might have. Oh, there you are.
No, sorry, Your Honour, I just tapped on the button, sorry.
It's okay. Sorry, Mrs. De Hedevere. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. And then where did you live after Cessnock?
We went to Melbourne because my son was at uni down there. Went and stayed down there a couple of years with him.
And then is it correct you moved to Queensland?
Sorry?
You then moved to Queensland from Victoria?
After that, yeah. I think we did, yeah.
And was that in Miami?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's Miami, yeah.
And what led you there?
My son and daughter my son was working up there after he finished uni.
And then did you next live in Suffolk Park?
Yeah, Suffolk Park, yeah.
And have you lived in Coorabella?
Yeah.
and then back to Bellingham.
Yeah.
Is that right? And have you ever lived in Bondi Junction in Sydney?
Yes, with my daughter and her husband when she married the first time. They wanted me to move in with them for a while because she just had a child and she wanted me to help her out, so we stayed there for about 6 months.
That was separate to the Randwick.
Sorry?
Separate to the Randwick address.
Clovelly, I think the others was.
Yeah.
Clovelly and Bondi separately.
Yeah, well, it was just at her house.
And Caringbah.
Yeah. Yeah, I went down to Caringbah with my daughter.
So this is following places.
Yeah.
And Waterloo
Yeah,
for the same reason.
with my daughter, yeah.
Now, you asked some questions about Japan Airlines and your husband travelling on Japan Airlines.
Yeah.
And you were shown a document which had a number of flights on it, and 2 in 1997 that were Japan Airlines.
Yeah.
Now, I can take you to it if you want, but that same document shows that your husband didn't fly with Japan Airlines at any time after that. Did he ever say to you why he had made that decision not to fly with Japan Airlines after 1997?
Not really, I mean, Richard, yeah. I don't have any reason why he flew with them or didn't fly with them.
He never said anything to you either way, is that your evidence?
No.
You were asked some questions about a business called Ballina Coin Invest Proprietary Limited.
Yeah.
And just want to be clear on what your evidence was. I think you said you didn't remember that you'd had that business.
Yeah, that's correct.
So who reminded you of that fact?
Well, because I was asked, if I had that business by the police. And I said to my husband, I don't know why they asked that because we never had a business. And then he said, that was a company that we formed back then, but I'd forgotten about it because it never traded, never worked. And that's why I said we didn't have a business because it wasn't really an operating business. It was a name on a piece of paper basically, which we didn't use.
Mm. Were you aware at the time when that business was incorporated, or that company was incorporated in 1994, that you were a director of it?
Yeah, I've forgotten about it. The fact that I suppose we never really used it, and I never met much.
But you knew at the time that you were becoming a director of the company in 1994?
Well, yeah, at the time, yeah, but as I say, when I was asked about the company, that business, I said no because we didn't have a business.
But you remember now?
But I didn't actually remember even the name of the company because it was that long ago. I didn't remember.
But you remember now becoming a
Well, only
director?
because now that I know that was the name of the company we formed, but as I said, we never used it, and I didn't really remember much about it,
And do you have any memory why you went to the trouble of setting one up if you weren't going to use it?
No, I think my husband was advised to set up a company by someone he knew, and I said to him at the time it was a waste of money because we never even used it.
Do you remember who it was that advised him to set it up?
No, some accountant, I think, told him.
Mm.
I don't know. It's a long while ago. I don't know. I said to him it was just, there, but we never traded it, never used it. It was never operated.
Was that an accountant that you had as a family?
Well, my husband spoke to someone who suggested he did it.
Was that person's name Vernon Paul Ware?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You don't remember that name?
No.
And were you aware in 1994 that you also became a shareholder of that company?
Shareholder, which we didn't have shares in the company. It wasn't, I mean, the company that we formed wasn't working.
So you didn't know in 1994 that you had become a shareholder of that company?
I don't quite get what you mean.
Well, as I understand your evidence, you remember now becoming a director of the company.
Well, I became a director at the time, but I don't, it was that long ago, I've forgotten about it. It wasn't really important.
And you have no memory of becoming a shareholder of the company?
No.
And you gave evidence that your words were, we dissolved it, referring to the company, is that right?
Yeah, well,
What do you mean by we dissolved it?
Well, I mean, we sold it back to the person who formed it for us.
The accountant?
Yeah, well, who it was, I can't remember who it was, but whoever formed the company, my husband sold it back to him.
And do you remember when that happened?
Well, I think that particular company got sold again, which I did. I mean, we didn't get much for it. It was just, because it cost money to have, so we got rid of it.
Mr. Smith, sorry to interrupt. Are you going to be much longer?
No, you're not. I'm not.
That's what I'm just checking to see whether we need to stop now.
Now, you gave evidence yesterday about an accident that your husband was in, where his legs were injured.
Yeah.
And as I understood your evidence, that happened when he was a gendarme in Belgium. Is that right?
Yeah, that's before I knew him.
And he told you that he broke both legs in that accident. Is that correct?
Yeah, he both legs broken and also bones, all over his body.
Other bones?
Well, other bones as well as his legs, yeah.
Do you remember which other parts of his body were broken?
Oh, he got some fractures to the head as well. He was, as I said, he was in hospital for 2 years recovering.
And your understanding from what he told you was that he was on a horse, was pulled off the horse, and was bashed in a demonstration.
Yeah.
And when did he say that event happened?
When he was in the gendarmerie, that was in his 20s, mid-20s. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you the date. That was before I met him.
Do you remember what year he said it happened in, or how long ago it happened when he first told you about it?
Well, he was. I think he just said, from my memory, that it was when he was in his 20s, early 20s. I couldn't tell you exact date now.
So your understanding is that he was in the gendarmes in his 20s?
Yeah, from what I can remember.
And
As I say, I don't know exactly, but from memory, I think he was apparently in his early 20s.
And how many years was he in the gendarmes, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure whether it was 2 years or I'm not sure.
And you were asked some questions about the safe custody envelope or box that your husband opened.
Yeah.
Have you ever sought to open a safe custody envelope or box with the Commonwealth Bank?
I haven't, no.
Or any other bank?
No.
And you were asked some questions by Mr. Castleton about discussions between yourself and your husband between when the police first spoke to you in June of last year until now relating to this inquest.
It was later than June.
You say it was September or October, is that right?
Yeah.
So between September or October and now, estimating as best you can, how many times have you spoken to your husband about the matters, the subject of this inquest?
I was upset when it all happened. He explained basically that, you know, he'd been in those relationships and, you know, it's all been very stressful. He's explained to me what happened, you know, he, as I said, he was surprised to know that Marion had disappeared because he had no idea that she had. And not that he had seen her for, you know, a long time, but he didn't know anything about it. And it's a bit of, you know, I had a surprise that he even knew her. And we just, all that just brought up those, you know, discussions about the other women.
So you had an initial discussion?
Well, he told me that there were the other women, that's all.
And then have you spoken about it since that initial discussion?
No, not a lot, no.
But a bit?
Just because of the whole thing's been upsetting.
And estimating as best you can, how many times would you say after the initial discussion in September or October, between that first discussion and now, how many times have you spoken to him about the matters the subject of this inquest?
Well, I haven't gone into more detail with him. I probably only discussed it with him in the beginning and once or twice maybe he mentioned it, but I haven't really gone into heavy detail again with it.
And have you discussed it at all in recent weeks?
Oh, only because, you know, the child, this was coming up. That's all.
And was there anything in particular said about the fact that the trial was coming up?
No, I was just upset about it. So.
You gave some evidence earlier that you and your husband acquired a second car, a Mitsubishi.
Yeah.
Now, when you had one car, did he ever drive that car?
Well, we usually, if we went out together, we normally went, you know, together.
And who would drive?
Oh, he would. He would or I would. I mean, I was driving too.
Okay. You both drove from time to time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anything arising, Ms. Castleton?
Yes, if I may, Your Honour. Mrs. de Haverbury, after the first contact police had with your husband last year, did he initially deny to you that he ever knew Marion Barter?
No, he didn't. He told me the truth.
Straight away?
In
Or
the
did it
car
take a
going-
little bit of time?
No, he told me in the car going home
Going home?
from the police station. Because I wanted to know why we were there, because I had no idea.
And you're quite certain that he fessed up to you very shortly after the first contact he had with police in relation to his knowledge of Marion Barter?
Yeah.
Now, you've mentioned in your evidence today and yesterday two occasions on which you became aware your husband was the subject of an attack or an assault. The first is the one when he was on horseback in the gendarme in Belgium.
Yeah.
The second is the attack at the airport in Amsterdam. Apart from those two instances, can you remember today any other occasion where your husband may have been the subject of an attack or an assault?
No.
No? Just those two?
Yeah.
You're quite sure about that?
Yeah.
Now, the next question I have, and I rather hope it's the last, have you always banked with the Commonwealth Bank?
Yes. From my memory, we have.
And you're unaware of any other bank accounts your husband may have had, either with the Commonwealth Bank or any other financial institution?
It's always been the Commonwealth.
And you've given evidence that you had a joint bank account with your husband with the Commonwealth Bank.
Yeah.
Do you remember at any time, other than perhaps when you've sold a property or inherited some money, of seeing any large transactions come into that joint bank account?
No.
Quite certain about that?
Yes, why?
No large sums you recall coming in from a mystery account at any time?
No.
Yes, Your Honour, that concludes the examination of this witness.
Thank you. And Mrs. De Hedeverry, I'd like to thank you very much. It's been a long day and it's a long second day. So that's the end of your evidence. You're free to go. Thanks very much. Yeah, you're right to go. You say, are you okay to get down there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you.
Your Honour, previously I have informed Your Honour that we would be sitting in Ballina for 2 days. I'm instructed that we'll be sitting here for a third tomorrow, and it's my intention tomorrow morning to call Rick Bloom as the next witness in this inquest.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Castleton. So we'll be sitting here tomorrow. We'll start at 10 a.m. and Mr. Bloom will be the first witness.
I please the court.
Thank you.
Please stand. This court's now adjourned.